have come in. So welcome everybody. I'd like to begin with our land acknowledgement. We are gathered on the lands of the Blackfoot people of the Canadian Plains and pay respect to the Blackfoot people past, present, and future, while recognizing and respecting their cultural heritage, beliefs, and relationship to the land. Lethbridge is also home to the Métis Nation of Alberta, Region 3. Oki and welcome. So I want to remind the public that board meetings are professional business meetings with norms and protocols. All events, meetings, and spaces in the Lethbridge School Division are expected to be safe, caring, and respectful for all students and staff. To ensure that we maintain a safe space that is respectful of all individuals, the following behaviors will not be tolerated. Any yelling out or interrupting, heckling, or any hate speech will not be accepted, and anyone doing so will be asked to leave immediately. No further warnings will be provided to individuals. Thank you. So to begin our meeting today, we would actually like to start with a recognition of our retiring superintendent, Dr. Cheryl Gilmore. So the board would like to take a couple of minutes just to say our appreciation and our thank you for her 10 years of service to our division. I know she has a lengthy history in education, but we were fortunate to have her for 10 of those years. And at this time, I'd like to open it up for a couple of trustees that would like to say a few words. Andrea, would you like to start? Okay. Just make sure you use your mic. So how do you, you'll come over here? Yep.
Okay.
This is an Andrea.
It's a bag of goodies. So every single school had 4 children make you pieces of artwork, and they are all compiled in here. And this is a portrait of you done by a middle schooler, and on the back, a picture that looks like a Robert Munch illustration of Cheryl. I might have said cats, because I know that you love cats. And so here is a book for you to look at and treasure from the children of our division. And here is the bigger picture.
Amazing.
Any of you who are Bob Munch fans, you will know. And on the back, beautiful cat. So this was a high schooler and this was a middle schooler, and all the artwork is just beyond beautiful. And so there is that. I do have this bag for you to put it back. I'll just show you a variety of others. This is an elementary student because Cheryl is an art major and a wonderful artist. And this is a middle schooler right there. And a trilogy for you for your wall. So this is the original of this, and she has a lovely inscription on the back about the flowers being for growing. And then I just made that one smaller, and there is that one again. So a variety for you to hang on the wall, and I hope that love to look at those pictures from kindergarten all the way through. And I got you a tiny cat backpack because this is all you will need to carry now. You will not need to carry a whole bunch of paperwork, and you can have your kitty cat notes and your cat pencil and your cat eraser. I hope that this is all the paperwork that you need moving forward. So thank you for everything you've done for our division and for me and my children. Thank you. So. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrea. Christine, did you want to say a few words?
Well, I popped into the office yesterday and I got to say the last Monday before board meeting you have. And so Cheryl, I just want to say thank you. Thank you for your decade of service to this division. You've impacted our community beyond these 10 years. You have risen the bar of excellence. You have planted seeds for just love of deep deep learning. And you have raised the capacity of our incredible staff to serve our students well in all areas, both academically, emotionally, physically, so that they can succeed. And I just appreciate that in all the decisions and all the conversations that we have had, what is best for kids has always driven you forward. Even in those complex times, we've just come through a very challenging season of COVID. And there are other challenges, and you just rise to it well. You act with integrity, and you hold others to a high account, and we're better for it. So thank you, and I wish you all the best in the next season.
Thank you. And with that, enjoy retirement. I know that we will see you again. I know that you still have lots that you're doing with your retirement life. I think you're still instructing at the university. Is that right? So we will have see you out in the community and enjoy, relax, and rejuvenate. So thank you. Excellent. So now we'll move on to the consent agenda that's in front of you. Is there anything that needs to be pulled from that? Jenny?
I'll pull the DSC report.
Okay. Okay, we'll put that under board chair. That'll be 10.4 DSC. Anything else from consent agenda? Seeing none, we'll move on for approval of the agenda. Are there any additions? Seeing none, can I get an approval for that? Christine, and those in favor? And that's carried. And then we have a few minutes that we need to review. So the first one is the May 23rd special meeting. Are there any errors or omissions from that? Seeing none, if I can have somebody approve that. Christina, those in favor? Jenny? And that's carried. The May 23rd regular board meeting, any errors or omissions? Seeing none, if I can have somebody move that. Christina, and those in favor? That's carried. And May 29th budget meeting, any errors or omissions? Seeing none, if I can have somebody move that. Craig, those in favor? And that's carried. And June 8th special meeting, any errors or omissions? Seeing none, if I can have somebody move that. Christine, and those in favor? And that's carried. So next we'll move on to our Associate Superintendent report. First one is business and operations. Christine.
Thank you very much. All right. First up, facility services. So it's the end of the school year. Our kids are out. Teachers get to go have a nice rest because they deserve it. And facility services just gets ramped right up. So they'll be doing a lot of projects this summer, working on IMR. Of course, we've got Gary Station starting up. Coalbank's modular classrooms getting all fit up and ready to go for the fall. And we have summer students. This year we have a lot of summer students with us. We have 2 summer students who have been hired to help in grounds. And then we have 5 summer students who will be helping out in caretaking duties. And 4 of those are actually high school students. So we're pretty excited to give our high school students an opportunity to help us out there. And we'll talk about the RE3 program a little later in the agenda. Finance, you're going to see the third quarter report, so I'm not going to talk about that. I just want on occupational health and safety. We have a division workplace health and safety committee that meets quarterly, and each one of our school sites has a health and safety committee. And I just want to thank them for the work that they've done this year to promote safety in our schools and making sure that both our staff and students have a safe environment. And I want to special thank you to our head caretakers at Galbraith, Steve Keenan, who co-chaired our Division Workplace Health and Safety Committee this year. Technology, there's always something going on in technology. This month we've highlighted summer IT security tips, just so people be aware about being safe when they're on vacation and making sure that they're authenticating when they're going in. Also making sure that they're aware of their phone packages, and of course watching out for fraud and that sort of thing. So I won't read that to you. The IT team is also been working, planning some events for next 2024, but we're not going to talk about those here. We're going to just tease you that there's some pretty big things coming next year, and we're pretty excited about it, but you'll hear about it next year. Transportation, just a big reminder that on Saturday, August 26th from 11 to 3 at Nicholas Sharon, we have our third annual First Ride with Southland Transportation and Holy Spirit Catholic School Division. We're going to have burgers and hot dogs and chips and ice cream treats and games for the kids. Of course, there's a bus ride. And Tim Hortons Coffee is on board to bring coffee, so that's great. So I'll be looking for our trustees to come out and help out again this year. We'll have some games as well, so lots of things to do that day to keep our kids entertained and learn how to ride the bus safely. So we're pretty excited about that. And then, yeah, that's pretty much it for now.
Excellent questions for Christine. Andrea.
I just want to say I encourage you highly to go to the first ride. It was really fun to see those little children go for their first ride on the bus, and we really enjoyed it last year, despite it being, I think, 35 degrees. And Cheryl, you were there too, but it was wonderful to see them be successful on that. So you come out.
Thanks, Christina, and then Craig.
I was going to say don't come so we can keep hanging out with all the little kiddos, me and Andrea. No, do come. It was great. An appreciation to Christina and your team for your relationship with Southland as we continue to figure out the ever-evolving landscape of transportation. Also, the did you know traveling tips, I did not know. So when I was traveling a couple weeks ago and I didn't answer any of your emails, that is why. I did not know that. So, and just because I get this question every beginning of the school year, could you explain one more time into the public about why how schools get modulars or don't get modulars, or how you move them around? Sorry, I get this question every year.
Well, we have to, what we do in our capital plan, we demonstrate need for new facility space. But just prior to the capital plan, we get the opportunity to apply every year for additional modular facilities for our schools, and we demonstrate need based on capacity. So for instance, Cobanks is of course one of our hotspots for several years. We demonstrate the need to add on more space. We submit that. They take province of Alberta Education takes all those requests, and then they see how many new modules they have each year to allocate out, and then they allocate out across the province. So sometimes we get them, sometimes we don't, but we keep trying and trying.
And then just to finish that, I think the other sort of clarity is that schools are built with additional capacity beyond their main building. Like their core facility is designed for additional spaces to be moved in and out.
We are starting to do that now. So the Alberta
Newer
Infrastructure, Alberta Education has recognized the need to start building schools with a bit larger core space with planned modulars in the future. Before they weren't planned to have builds out, so they didn't have the core space. So a good example would be, for instance, Cobanks. Cobanks was not designed with a core space to take on the additional modulars that we've been putting on, but Gary Station is being designed with a bigger core so that we could add on from 600 to 900 students.
Thanks, Craig.
Yeah, maybe you could just tell the audience what IMR stands for.
Infrastructure maintenance and renewal funding, and that's money that we get to do kind of some major upgrades. Could be replacing a boiler in a school, roofs, new windows, that sort of thing. Some of the more major, they're not routine maintenance, but major deferred maintenance that we need to take care of.
Thanks. Any other questions for Christine? Not seeing any. Thank you for your team and all the work that they do. I know that they have a busy summer ahead. So we look forward to everything that they're doing because I know it's a lot of hours. Thank you. Next, we'll move on to instructional services. And are you going to present?
I reviewed this with Morag, who was unable to be here today. So certainly, if there's any questions, I may be able to respond to those. But if I picked out a few highlights of my own because there's some great student things in here. So the wellness grant that was chosen and distributed, and goes to great wellness things, outdoor uh, learning kits, building play bins for recess and outdoor recess equipment, and as well as self-regulation equipment. And I think it's important to note as well that in the budget for next year from Alberta Education, there's another $50,000 for nutrition programs in schools. And so it does make note of that in Morag's report, and makes a huge difference to our schools and to our kids, making sure that all schools come to school ready to learn. In other words, they're fed and they're ready to think and learn and be part of education. Otherwise, those were and I wanted to recognize as well that we have a new Indigenous middle school teacher who will be starting in the fall, Oshana Christensen, who's energetic and graduated from the University of Lethbridge. So looking forward to her joining the Indigenous leadership team.
Sounds good. Questions for Cheryl through to Morag? So I have a couple of questions just in regards to the early education and the puff spaces available. And I don't know if it's more of a comment than question, but in terms of when we look at numbers, I know I brought this up in regards to a concern previously, and in ensuring that all of our classrooms are inclusive and that that's what we're providing to our students. And I'm just wondering if you're able to provide any information of how they're going to ensure that our preschools are offering inclusive spaces when our numbers don't necessarily allow for the same peer modeling that you would expect in most inclusive classrooms.
Right. In terms of the change in funding from Alberta Education, as well as when you combine that with the federal funding for children to be in daycares, many parents choose the option of a daycare as opposed to a preschool. And so it's certainly understandable for parents who qualify for the federal grant of belonging to daycare. Fewer parents are choosing to pay to go to a division preschool. And I think that you see that pervasive throughout the province. So in terms of spaces then, the only viable means of offering these programs, which is not funded by K-12 education, the only viable way of running these is through PUF funding. And so you need so many program unit funding, which means funding for exceptionalities in children at that age. And it takes so many children in a program to make it feasible or for us to be able to offer the program. And so there are, for every program, there are some fee-paying spaces, in other words, non-program unit funded children, and they are keeping a wait list. And when there is enough program unit funded children to begin another program, then we would do so. And then the distribution would look different. I'm not sure if I answered to Allison.
I don't know that you did answer. So in terms of the actual classroom, when we look at inclusion and 75% of the students in those classes are coded students, how are we ensuring that that peer modeling from typically developing students is still there? And maybe it's a question I can ask more of Morag again.
Yeah, and that would be a question. And maybe in the fall you'd like to go visit a program. Maybe you'd like to talk to the to the educators in that program, because certainly it's a play-based program, and so the modeling would there's peer modeling across all children in the program.
So I just want to make sure that I express my concern that we're moving away from that inclusive model when we have 75% of our students that are coded in those classrooms. And I just want to be cautious of the direction that we're going with that. And I have no issue going and visiting those in the fall. I know that as a board, we're doing advocacy around the financial challenges that exist with that. But even when there's financial challenges, I want to ensure that we do keep our classrooms inclusive and that is a priority for our division. So thank you. Jenny.
Can I just ask for clarification? with that, with the answer that you provided about enrollment and lower enrollment, I know we've reduced our number of spots available. Have we had less apply for enrollment or more than spots we have available? Have we had to say no to anyone?
There's a chart in there, Jenny, that shows that, right? So if you take a look at the chart, there's a wait list. And so that would mean that they've applied, but they're on a wait list.
That's what I was trying to clarify. So I guess to clarify, did you say as we have more, we will look at opening more programs? Is that
Not
what you said?
necessarily more not non-PUF students. So there needs to be, and I don't know the number, there needs to be a number of program unit funded students to be able to sustain a program.
Right. So is that what you mean when you say if we have more
Program unit funded
enrolled, then
students.
we may be able to open more programs?
Yes, they'll be monitoring
Based on
that.
the program funded?
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, based
Okay.
on the program unit funded students, right? And the programs can expand as those, if more students get registered, and that funding then is able to build more programs.
Okay. And these numbers are for, just for what we have so far for June. Do we receive usually more applicants throughout the summer for enrollment?
Not necessarily throughout the summer, but
In the fall.
But in the fall, we
Typically in the
might.
fall.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Not seeing any more questions. Definitely a huge thank you to Morag and her team. I know that they've had lots of work to do in preparing for the fall, and September is always very busy. August and September is very busy. So next we'll move on to Mike for Associate Superintendent of Human Resources.
Sure. Thank you. So just to hit a few highlights. First of all, I wanted to go all the way down to the service recognition years of service. So Human Resources Department and schools in particular have played a role in recognizing, actually up a little bit, Kirsten, recognizing 121 employees who have a combined 1,660 years of service to the division. So that's pretty awesome. And then retirees, we have one of them sitting right here, but we have 29 retirees this year. Oddly, the exact same number as last year. So yeah, there's, I guess, some, I don't know why that happened, but it happened. And again, for those folks, I don't have the number of years totaled up, but it would be a very, very large number of years of service. So certainly grateful for all those folks. And as you know, we have exceptional staff here in Lethbridge School Division. Very, very proud of them. Very grateful for everything that they've done over the course of their career, whether they're beginning it or finishing the career. We'll just go to the second page, Kristen. Just wanted to give you sort of a staffing update. We're hopefully getting close to done. There's always staffing work that happens every single month, so it never finishes, but we're certainly have probably crested the peak of the really busy season. And I do want to, again, acknowledge, and I've acknowledged this in the past, the amount of work that's being done in schools and at the Ed Center right now, because there's work that still needs to be done to complete this year, and June is a particularly busy month, lots of recognition, lots of celebration. Then we're also planning for the next school year, and there's a lot of work to be done to be prepared for the next school year. So you can see, I believe I mentioned this to the board already, but we had 1,870 applications in the month of May for various positions that we had advertised. In June, we've had 555. It's probably a little bit higher than that. It was probably a little bit higher than that. It was the report. So obviously a significant number of applications, a lot of work that goes into reviewing them, processing them, and a lot of that, that's not done by HR, that's not done by people that's in the schools and in the different departments. So we really appreciate that. And then in terms of contracts, 13 admin contracts, still a few more to do, 132 teaching contracts. That could be various changes in contract status. 80 support staff positions have been filled in the first round, with 58 of those being educational assistant positions. And then we're just going to continue to work through the summer to get everything filled and be ready for next September. So that's it from me. It doesn't have an announcement of our new Associate Superintendent of Human Resources in here, because when I did the report, the process finished, but I think you're all aware that Robbie Charlebois is our successful candidate. We're very excited to have her on board, and you'll get an opportunity to welcome her and say hi to her in September. And all. That's it for me, unless there's questions. That's it for me, unless there's questions.
questions for Mike? Seeing none, thank you for your team. I know that
Thank
they've
you
had
for your
lots of
team. I
work
know
up
that
until
they've
now,
had
and
lots of work up until now,
August
and
and September will be busy for them
August
as
and
well.
September
So
will be
thank
busy
you.
for them as well. So
Thank you. So next we'll move on to the superintendent
next
report.
we'll move on to
The first one is board priority report.
It's a lengthy report. It's in the agenda for your reading, but I will take the opportunity to highlight a few things. Areas of passion. So it's alive and well in school. The exhibition closed on June 17th. It opened May 13th. And I always want to extend thank you to SAG Southern Alberta, Art Gallery for partnering and as well as Francophone partners, our Francophone partners in that, and encourage parents always to encourage parents always a number of years and a number of years ago we started and 2 years ago we started a digital installation as well in the SAG of our secondary age students. Hopefully all trustees had some chance over the last month to go and view our students' artwork hanging in SAG, as well as all the artwork that was on our website that was submitted by our students and was voted on and sort of our top vote getters recognized. In the development of the new student hub program for high school students next fall, that's will be funded by the Alberta Education Complexity Grant, and certainly looking forward to having a place for students who are needing to have a different avenue for education and making sure that we're doing whatever we can to support students in their pursuits and graduation. As was mentioned and in the other report, in Morag's report, the diversity and inclusion parent table met June 14th. And now I'm going on to the second page, Kristen. And just wanted to mention too, and have sort of that recognition that this current school year, our team of our curriculum director, Karen Rancier, and her small team of 2 lead teachers, her literacy lead teacher, numeracy lead teacher, fully supported schools in the implementation of the K-3 curriculum in English language arts and mathematics. And this coming school year, including selection of resources, training and resources, curriculum planning, unit planning, and embedding all the work that we've done in thinking classrooms. And then next year they'll have that work again with our grade 4 to 6 with the implementation of the new curriculum in English language arts, science, and mathematics. And so certainly wanted to say, a huge thank you to our 2 lead teachers as well as Karen for the amount of work that they've done in our schools to make that as seamless as possible. As well, the health, physical education, and wellness curriculum rolls out as well next year. And so a lot of work want to give commendations to our teachers who also have that work in the fall and over the course of this last year in terms of implementing those new curriculum and learning those new resources. Under innovation and technology, I have to do a shout out to our division tech team because they are already planning another division Minecraft challenge. If you remember, the last challenge was exciting and they designed a school, and now they're going to be designing not necessarily a bridge, they'll be designing a passage from West Lethbridge to South Lethbridge. And you know how creative our students are. And so that's a huge competition that'll be rolling out for the fall of 2023 to engage our students in. And so they'll be planning for a second bridge, and it'll be in the same spot the city of Lethbridge has identified as the theoretical bridge crossing. As well, I want to give a shout out to Rochelle Neville, who is our early learning coordinator, and she's been working with Dr. Robin Gibb from the University of Lethbridge on the new Building Brains Together adolescent curriculum. We've been doing that curriculum at a primary level for a long time, and so certainly moving forward to those very special brains as they turn into adolescence and have different ways of thinking. A huge thank you to Joel Tailfeathers and the Indigenous Education team. They had huge events throughout May and June, including our Indigenous graduation, the Indigenous Awards. We had the National Indigenous Celebration Day just this past week. And so they've been working really hard. So huge shout out to that group. As well, just a change in language. What used to be called limited formal schooling for our students who have limited access to language, or immigrants and refugees who come into the country and need a sort of a boost up with learning English. We now call it English for Access programs, a far more positive way of looking at how we can support those students. In the international program, I have to say that we've got a couple rock stars who oversee that program, including Trish Slime is our coordinator. We've got 90 applicants approved and in so already for the fall, and so we'll probably hit over 100 for the first semester in the fall of students, of our international students coming to our schools. It just brings a real sense of diversity and a real celebration to have different cultures in our schools and those students taking part. And as well, I just wanted to do a thank you to Carmen Carvello and Jackie Fletcher, so under Inclusive Education, for working with our teachers on the benchmarking, our new EAL benchmarking. And I know as well, a shout out to the teachers, it's a lot of work. And just so people understand, benchmarking means that every student who has a second language and is below English proficiency, those students are benchmarked and tested by teachers. And so in some schools, that's a lot of benchmarking and a lot of work. And I just want to say a thank you. It makes a huge difference to the programming of those students and the ability to teach to instructionally to make a difference. And we already talked about modulars, the 3 modulars going at Chinook and then Coalbanks. And Christina, if I could just expand on that a little bit, because if I remember, Christina, you also asked, how do we decide what schools those go to? We don't just get to pick. And so what infrastructure, Alberta infrastructure, capital planning, education capital planning does is they sort of tell you where they can go, and we give a list. And so not necessarily do we get the ones that we necessarily ask for in that priority. They decide that. And so if some people are wondering, public members are wondering, well, why did that school get a modular and we didn't? It's because that's determined by Alberta infrastructure. It's not Christine rolling the dice or drawing out of a hat which schools gets the modular. And that's my report, Allison. Thank you. That's his questions.
Thank you. Jenny.
Just more of a question of curiosity. The modulars, there's a washroom unit going in. Is that part of a modular or is it its own?
It's its own unit. So for Coalbank, so we've got one classroom and one washroom unit going in. Because we've added onto it so much, based on code, we had to actually add a washroom unit onto it. So when we put the request in, we asked for a washroom unit. So
are they always put in conjunction with modulars, or is it something that can be added if a school needed just a washroom?
You probably could request it. Yeah, but you'd have to demonstrate the need for it. But yeah, you could request a washroom unit for sure.
Craig.
Yes, on the show, maybe you could just inform everyone where the Southern Alberta Collegiate Institute will be placed at. For us old people, it used to be a dance hall.
So another exciting project, I mentioned it last board meeting and certainly happy to mention it again. It's a joint project across 5 school divisions in the South and Lethbridge College, funded by Alberta Education, as well as Advanced Education. And a Collegiate Institute means programming for high school students that help them seamlessly move through the trades, as well as health, occupations, and ag industry. And the program will be located, and I know it's a different name now, but for those of you who know where the college barn is, that building will be converted into a trades training place for high school students that will be able to access that program from a number of school divisions. And so the different school divisions will have a certain number of seats, and we will be able to have our students, and there's 3 levels of programming, starting from exploring the trades in a broad way, exploring all of the trades in year 1, and then they start to narrow down. And by the time, if they go through all 3 phases, they will be leaving with close to having their registered apprentice program completed and close to ready for the trades for those students who pursue that pathway.
Christina.
I have two questions. One, can you expand a little bit on the student hub with Fifth on Fifth that was mentioned?
Now that one I'm not going to be able to expand on quite as much, but certainly I know that in instructional services, Morag has been working with our high school principals to find a place and a space to accommodate students who are non-attender students at the secondary level. And so this place and space will be an opportunity for students to access their education. And it may be that there's been barriers for accessing regular school for a number of reasons. And so they will access this. It'll be staffed with a teacher and a counselor and a support person to start with. And I know that she's been working with Fifth on Fifth, I believe, to make sure that there's space and that it's accommodates those students being able to go there. And that's part of the new funding that we received this year from Alberta Education.
And my second one is just to point out another highlight in this report, just about Jim Kerr working with schools on completing the final success and school plans for the year, involving working with children, working with students who are involved with children's services. And that the report notes that we have 142 young people in our care, so with children's services in our division that require those plans. And so I just wanted to acknowledge Jim and the folks that are working with those students and acknowledge those students and their families. So that's a lot of students who are going through that. And recently I was reading, there's the Office of the Child and Youth Advocate annually releases the report, a mandatory report on any child who has passed away in the last 18 months who have been in children's services care. And naturally, because they're children, school is mentioned throughout their relationship with school, the support they received at school or the support they don't receive at school, their family's relationship with school, the caseworker's relationship with school. So I just want to acknowledge and appreciate Jim and the teams that work with students who are in care and the work that students themselves put in. That we have 142 students who engage with Jim, who are also going through this enormous life experience, is remarkable. And I just want to appreciate that and celebrate that they've made it to the end of another school year and wish them well in the next coming school year.
Thank you. Seeing no other questions, we'll move on to donations and support.
I get to say for one last time how fortunate we are to be in the city of Lethbridge with amazing businesses and organizations who never fail to donate generously to our schools and support those kinds of things that basic education and our basic funding doesn't cover. Thank you to Wholesale Club Lethbridge, who donated $1,000 in gift cards, and that was for food baskets over the summer for families. And Lethbridge Denture Clinic and Kim Ackerman for donating to the Lethbridge Christian School Music Program. And Panaco Pizza North, oh my gosh, they're always they're always in here. Thank you again to Panaco Pizza, $700 to Nicole Agnes Davidson and AWC Communications for a donation to Galbraith Elementary. And I always feel remiss because there's no doubt I probably missed some businesses that schools forget to tell us about. So just a general thank you for the generous support of our community to the kinds of things that really support our students and families.
Thank you. You can move on. Oh, Tyler.
I just wanted to add one to that list. You may have seen in the paper, Cadoodle TV did $1 million giveaway across the province to different schools at $10,000 each. And there were actually 15 schools in Lethbridge, 6 of them in our division, and then 9 in Holy Spirit and the surrounding communities that actually all got $10,000 each. So around the Lethbridge community, we actually got $150,000 in schools from that thing. And I wanted to make sure we kind of just mentioned that. A shout out to them for their generosity in doing that before we break for the summer. And it was actually, I actually found out about it from a student from Lethbridge who actually works for Cadoodle, who actually, so that's why he really wanted to get back in the community in Lethbridge and see if he could get some of those donations down in here. So his name's Zach Gorick, so thanks to him.
Excellent. Thank you. Oh, Andrew.
And in conjunction with that, if you go on YouTube, you can check out their videos that they made that are really touching, really touching. I had the opportunity to watch Probies and it was really touching. Thanks.
Excellent. I'd like to move on to the acknowledgments of excellence.
As is traditionally the case, every month we highlight a few of our schools in terms of acknowledgement of excellence, and it's in the board package. But again, we'll mention a few highlights. Westminster Elementary, certainly can't walk into that school without noticing that they really focus on building citizenship and centering that on the circle of courage, and which are Indigenous ways of knowing in the circle of courage. And so certainly, and those students are truly good citizens when you go in there, and how they make you feel welcome. And they've been focusing on the why at Westminster, why Westminster, and especially building capacity with thinking classrooms, and part of the Garfield Jenny Newman professional learning piece. And so certainly congratulate the school and staff for that, as well as if you read the agenda, you see all the amazing activities that those students are engaged in. And that takes a lot of work on the part of administration and all staff in the school to make sure that those students have engaging activities within the school as well as outside of the school. Fleetwood Bodden Elementary is another school that is being recognized this month. And they had developed a new philosophy this year called the Fleet philosophy. Friendships matter, learn from mistakes, encourage each other, embrace differences, and together is better. And so the Fleet philosophy, and if you walk into that school, you see that amazing philosophy everywhere, and a true celebration of diversity in that school. And as well, if you read through, they do an amazing breakfast program. They have all kinds of activities their students are engaged in school as well as outside of school. And those of you who had a chance, they did host a huge Indigenous day and had Indigenous dancers and set up a teepee, and students were able to engage in a lot of activities there. Emmanuel Christian Secondary School, if you take a look in the agenda, they have many things to celebrate, and they chose to sort of celebrate some of their amazing athletic teams. The senior varsity boys volleyball, 2A zone silver, and went to provincial champions, as well as their senior varsity girls basketball, who won 2A zone gold medal and the 2A provincial banner in March. And so certainly accomplished. We had sort of a senior high Christmas banquet, grade 7 cardboard boat race team. Now that's a little more complicated than people think. You think, oh yeah, cardboard race, boat race, but they get a number of schools across Southern Alberta go to the university. They have to design, construct, and actually in the University of Lethbridge swimming pool sail their cardboard boat. And so to win recognition in that, you have to be well, I would say you have to be have a group that has the mind of being able to build and design and engineer, and actually maybe sail it and have strategies for who they put in the boat to sail it. So congratulations to that team as well. Very accomplished high school bands and choirs from the school, and some of the recognition that they've received, as well as we had one of their grade 11 students, Claire Moore, was a finalist for our 2023 ICE Scholarship Award. And something that I'll close with on recognizing schools, it's wonderful to see their grade 8 class weekly goes to the elementary school and provides mentorship and works with some of the younger students in that school. So certainly a wonderful citizenship venture there.
Thanks. Are there any questions or comments? Seeing none, we have some award winners next.
Right, awards. So our LH Buzzard award winners, and I remember when I first started here 10 years ago, Bussard. I thought, isn't that last name Bussard? But nope, I checked and I double checked and triple checked, and everyone with history in Lethbridge School Division told me it's Buzzard award winners. And so this was a past superintendent, LH Buzzard, and he started an award, and that award really was presented, and it was for Division 2 students. That means your grades 4 or 5 students, and for creativity. And he was a great supporter and believer in creativity. So maybe we're sort of soulmates that way, because I'm the same a believer there. But certainly every year we have a list of students that schools nominate who demonstrate outstanding ability, imagination, and originality in the areas of music, art, drama, language arts, and physical education. So the students are listed there, and congratulations to those students in grade 4 or 5.
Excellent. Thank you. Congratulations to all of those winners at each of those schools. Next is administrative appointments.
And those are listed there for you. Those were announced, of course, as they progress through the year. But at the June meeting, we provide the board with the and the public with the final list of all of the administrators that were appointed for the next school year, 23-24.
Excellent. And then the calendar of events is attached. Is there anything that is missing? Wondering with the My First Ride, can you do the meeting invite? Can you do a meeting?
Yes, I will send a meeting invite to all the trustees. Yeah,
Thanks.
for sure.
Are there any other questions? We're good. Okay. So now do we know, I know we have our presentations. Do we know if our students are all there or? Okay, so we are going to skip ahead. So we have a couple of presentations that we need to do, but we need to wait till the actual time of 3:30 for that. So we are going to move ahead to the locally developed courses for middle school. So 8.4 in your agenda packages. I need to scroll there. You are ready, Cheryl. Okay, go ahead.
If the board recalls, you had about 2.5, 3 pages of locally developed courses to approve in May, and we missed Senator Joyce Fairbairn Middle School. And so this is a short list, simple list, middle school locally developed courses that simply require local approval from the board, as has been talked about before. And so they've got 4 courses there, cutting edge hockey, Design 6, Softball 7, and STEM 6. So exciting locally developed courses subject to board approval.
Excellent. And with the middle school ones, we don't need to approve them individually, just as one. Okay. So looking for any questions or comments on those? Seeing none, if I can have Christine, go ahead.
I move that the Board of Trustees approve the use of the above locally developed grade 6 to 9 courses in all division, middle, and high schools from September 1st, 2023 to August 31st, 2027.
Excellent. Any further questions? Seeing none, those in favor? That's carried. Are you ready to move on to yours?
Sure, I can.
Okay, so we will go on to 8.5, our RE3 program recycling bin purchase.
Okay. So very excited. We've been working all year, well, almost all year on our recycling program so that we'd be in line and compliant with the City of Lethbridge bylaw in September to be having a comprehensive recycling and organics program. We had 5 schools that piloted bins, and we also had a team that worked on developing our program document and really working on what this program could look like. So now we're ready to order the bins. It's really important we get those bins in for September. In my report, I'm sorry, I have a correction. I think I said that we estimated the cost would be $250. We were missing a couple schools when we went and relooked at the list, so it's $300,000 that we're estimating the cost to outfit all our schools with recycling bins. They range from small little buckets that go in classrooms to bigger plastic bins that can be wheeled around to cafeteria spaces and hallways to the fans. We only have a few of them because they're pretty. The ones at the back back that you see there, those fancier ones that we put in more of the front facing areas of a school where there's lots of public. And so it's quite a few bins. It's approximately 300,000. And so we are seeking approval to purchase the bins to arrive in August. And we're going to purchase those funds from capital reserves.
Craig, go ahead.
I move that we, yeah, $300,000 from capital for the purchase of recycling organic bin purchase for the R3 program to put us in line with the city of Lethbridge.
Christine, okay, Jenny, you had questions.
Can you, I went back, looking ahead at this, I went back to our budget and was trying to find out and couldn't tell. Was this budgeted for in?
Yeah, we
budget
actually
we
put
just
an amount in
approved?
the capital reserve area of the budget.
And is that where the was it the amount we put in, 250?
No, I think I might have estimated it 500,000 in total capital reserves. So it
Okay.
came in at 300.
I have to ask because it's a lot of money and recognizing this is a lot of work. Is this our only option for meeting this requirement from the city? Just looking at our capital planning budgets and priorities, and I know that this is obviously a priority. We have to meet that bylaw weeks. What other?
Well, we have to have receptacles for in order to collect the organics and
Yes.
collect the recycling stream, that sort of thing. And so we have to have the bins.
And
Yeah,
the-
and
okay.
we
So-
searched out our best option for a bin provider.
And this is our.
And yeah, it was Bush Systems. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, those in favor? That's carried. So with that brings us to almost 3:30. We do have presentations that we need to do. So we have students that are waiting for us over at Victoria Park. So we are going to just recess the meeting for a couple of minutes, probably about 15, while we as trustees go over and present those awards to our students, and then we will be back. that quick break. We did a recognition of our provincial champions for our rugby team, as well as our ICE scholarship winners. So that was great to be able to acknowledge all of their hard work. So next we will move on to our digital wellness presentation, and I'll turn it over to Cheryl.
So Case and Sydney, I'm trying to remember what month you started. March.
Yeah, the beginning of March, just after the reading break for students.
Right. And so this current school year, the school division were fortunate to be able to receive some funding from Alberta Education that focused on wellness. And part of getting the funding was that what we had, the theme of the project of the division had to be something that was unique, something that was transferable. In other words, something that was sustainable and would make a difference to a universal larger number of students. And so it was Maura Gasquith, an associate superintendent, put in a proposal for digital wellness, and it was approved. And so we have a digital wellness project, and we're fortunate to secure two amazing people, Case and I always say the last name wrong, Matchek, as our digital wellness teacher. And of course, we've got Sydney as our wellness family support worker. The point of the project is that digital wellness supports wellness of students. We know how big digital life is for our youth and our children, and the challenges that not being able to use those devices well can bring. And so I want to welcome you to your presentation to the board. I know the board's been looking forward to this. It's certainly an area of public interest in terms of use of technology, digital wellness, and how we can support our youth in using it wisely and taking care of their health. So I turn the time over to you.
Alrighty. Thank you so much. First off, I'd just like to thank the Board of Trustees, Dr. Gilmore and Morag, for this opportunity to be in this space. It's been a few months, but it's been wonderful to transition into this new role. And we're excited to share a little bit about some of our successes and some of our projections moving forward into next school year. Myself, as Dr. Gilmore said, my name is Kason Mahachuk. I serve as the digital wellness teacher within the team of two here, and this is my coworker.
My name is Sydney Erlinson, and I am the family support worker for the digital wellness team alongside Kason.
Okay, so we're gonna actually, to keep us engaged and energized. So this document is definitely very informative, and if you want to revert back to it after our presentation, that's strongly encouraged. But we're going to kind of scroll down to more of the colorful spots right about here, because we've shortened it to kind of make it more presentation friendly. So you'll have to apologize. Even June got the best of me. I see it says Thursday and it's actually Tuesday. So last week of school maybe, but the date is right, at least June 27th. So today we're going to share some of our successes from this brief kind of soft launch of our space, and then we'll share our projections and visions, and we'll end off with any opportunity from our board members to have any closing remarks or questions. All right, so as Dr. Gilmore said, we started in February there, or at end of February, March. And so the early spots of my time was building kind of what the program was going to be about, the rationale and things like that. Closer to April and May, though, we did get inside some of our Lethbridge School Division schools and had opportunities to collaboratively work with some of the staff there. And we just wanted to highlight, I guess, the different levels of where we connected so far. And then next we'll share some testimonials after. So with the primary schools, we were interested in kind of building residencies. So it usually looked like a 3 to 4 day kind of consecutive service that I was in there for. And in that time, I was promoting optimal digital use and building some awareness of online presence. With middle school, we were looking at building critical thinkers in an evolving digital landscape and inspire resiliency and authenticity to the presence both offline and online. And then we did have an opportunity at one middle school to share in an informative parent session. High school, we focused on their leadership kind of area, and we will continue to do that, as you'll see in our projections, and kind of promoting that, again, that optimal state of digital well-being and what that looks like in this world today. And as well as my coworker here, Sydney, had some small group interventions following some digital misuse. And then just as a whole, we have built an online space for our team. We've created an easy to navigate booking service for our team to be invited into your schools or into the division schools, I guess. And then we did launch a division-wide digital wellness day on May the 24th, as well as kept up with any useful information with our monthly newsletter. So we just wanted to kind of briefly touch on some of the remarks that some of the staff left at the different age levels, just to show that there was a meaning and a purpose behind our services. And so I'll allow Sydney to kind of speak on behalf of those.
Yeah, so as you guys can read through there, there's just a couple of testimonials that came from teachers or teacher counselors who invited us into their spaces. So at the elementary level, we saw teachers saying that students loved it and had excellent understanding of the topics discussed. At the middle school level, we had students will be fully engaged, participate, and take valuable lessons away from each visit. And then in high school, one teacher was kind enough to say, "Thank you for your amazing effort in engaging students in conversation around important topics related to safety with technology."
Yeah, and so I think the big thing that, especially within our team, that we want to focus on is building not just a guest lecture, but an ability to have students share their experiences, share what they're going through, and build authenticity and relationship among our division and our team. So, like as we read that second one there, it's very meaningful to me that he felt this particular teacher, that his students were participating and engaged, versus just perhaps a guest lecturer who just provides information. So moving forward into next year, we have an exciting kind of first program we're going to look to launch with our leadership and our high schools, as well as our health champions within our division. And Sydney will speak on behalf of that.
So we were talking about how to engage students in peer learning and supportive learning outside of like the traditional kind of like teacher-student relationship. So with the Student Ambassador Project, we were hoping to have elected students that can work in conjunction with the school's health champion that is already established coming into the school year, as well as Kason and myself. We're hoping to meet maybe 4 to 6 times throughout the year and kind of touch base through that and allow them to do some like peer teaching to younger students. So some of our points there are creating a culture of invested digital learners, fostering a community of mentorship based off of skill development and experiences, and then utilizing those experiences to promote digital well-being that is like tailored to their specific school communities.
So next is kind of the area of focus. So moving into the fall, we're going to try and really coin the term educating our students to be digitally thriving. So what this is promoting is kind of approaching digital wellness from a multidisciplinary viewpoint. And so we're kind of going to switch here, if I can get that. There it is, to this spot. So this is, again, kind of just summarized in the notes already. This is kind of what I've done is I've gone through the curriculum from the K through 12 and kind of classified. First off, we started with concepts of what it means to be digitally well. And we kind of thought about 8 different areas of what it looks like. And so that would be productivity, environment, communication, relationships, mental health, physical health, digital literacy, and digital citizenship. And so we'll kind of just look at those facets a little today and see and learn a little more about what that looks like for us and how we want to educate towards those in the fall. So when we talk about digital wellness, because this was often brought up early, is what does it mean to be digitally well? And that could look very different for different days, different times of the year, and even different individuals. But basically what we want to promote is a balance of healthy and I guess, equal relationships of both online and offline, and setting boundaries for your technology use and incorporating intentional activities that promote our physical, social, and emotional and mental well-being. So when we start looking at the first one, productivity, we want to focus on a high level of focus and low level of interruption. So if you're using technology, you want to be very purposeful around what was my focus, what was my intention for using it, and then ensuring that we're still balancing that school life area.
And then next we have environment, where we would like to see students focusing on cultivating healthy relationships with technology as well as their physical surroundings, and freeing their space of distractions and making their environment conducive to concentration and learning.
Our third facet will be educating towards being an effective communicator with technology. So finding the right balance between online and offline interactions, ensuring we're contextually aware of what is appropriate for online conversations and what is appropriate for those in-person conversations, as well as encouraging a specific time in our day to be away from our screens.
And next we have relationships, which is heavily correlated to the communication piece. But our focus there is seeking positive social support online and finding a sense of healthy online community, sharing and interacting with uplifting and authentic content and information, and building time for relationships offline.
Our fourth facet is mental health. This involves that high level of intentional controlled use and avoiding kind of some of the passive technology use and understanding when is, again, appropriate times for those physical interactions and incorporating those self-awareness and self-care practices into our students.
And there is a physical health component of this as well, which looks kind of like workplace ergonomics. So, being physically aware of your body's cues and energy levels, sleep hygiene, recovery, and moods, and making time and space for stretching, moving, and resetting frequently while you are engaging with technology.
Our seventh one is digital literacy. So this incorporates educating students to be aware of personal choices and build the skills, awareness, and competencies and confidence in the digital world to understand, kind of critically think the information that they're viewing, discerning its credibility, and making informed choices from that.
Okay, and lastly, but certainly not least, we dedicated a facet to digital citizenship. So this looks like high efficiency and awareness of digital ethics, etiquette, privacy, and the impact that our online choices have on us, understanding what a digital footprint might leave behind, and having high awareness of how to communicate and protect yourself safely online.
And so just to kind of wrap up those facets, so if we click on one of these, if we just click on the middle level, what I've done is I've gone through the health program of studies and I've found linkages to where we can teach digital citizenship in that curriculum outcomes and those student indicators. And so then I've created my own kind of student sentences. And so what my goal is to build lessons at the elementary, middle, and high school level to be brought into in relation to these specific facets so that we can start to educate around digital thriving as a whole kind of thing. So that's kind of the framework there. And lastly, we do understand that digital well-being is an ongoing journey. And so we want to strive for growth in small sequences and make those steps one step at a time together. And we do want to thank our board members today for having the patience, the openness, and willingness to listen to our new space here. And we believe that in unity, we can further gain a better perspective on how we can work collaboratively to approach the emerging and evolving digital landscape. As Dr. Gilmore said, it's always changing, and continue to educate towards promoting healthy, safe, and responsible technology use. So at this time, if our board members have any questions or inquiries for our team, we would love to hear them.
Right, go ahead.
Thank you for that. How does this work with the schools that have decided to ban cell phones in classrooms? Because that's been a big distraction. So could you talk about the relationship this has with that, and then how technology, how they're going to implement technology within those classrooms?
That's a great question. Thanks, Craig. I will do my best to answer that. I think if I think about it from my perspective, I understand there's a time and a place when technology comes to that spot where it needs to be taken away, I think. But if we look at it from an optimistic point of view, technology is a part of every adult's life. If you're, I believe it has some sort of role in an adult's life. So I think finding a balance is our space. And so we understand when teachers get there, but then I guess working towards how can our team help you maybe slowly introduce it for that intentional and purposeful meaningful time would be our space. But we obviously respect every teacher's autonomy within their classroom and the school administrators to take those steps if they felt like it was something they needed to do at that time.
Thank you.
Tyler.
The question on the bright yellow slide was student ambassadors that we called them. Okay. Just how are they elected? And I don't know if did it say how many of them there were and how many you'd have, and then how are they elected to that?
Thanks, Tyler. So we did have that kind of come up in our administrators meeting, and we have kind of made some small, I guess, thoughts into that. So what we're doing is our division already has a health champions who we meet with, I think 3 or 4 times a year. So our goal was to, over the fall or over the summer here, is to create some sort of, like you said, distinction of how they want to appoint those students. But it's going to come from basically their initial relationships, because they will know their student bodies probably better within maybe a leadership class or whatever facet they find these students who are interested in it. Our goal would be to have a grade 11 and 12 student from the high school, just so that there can be a transition the next year where someone's moving up into the grade 12 role, and then we have a new grade 11 student perhaps joining them, as well as then it builds some commonality around their conversations, because they might be able to work together, understanding their specific school's context with another student. So ideally, we want to have 2 high school students per high school. Does that answer your question okay?
Andrea, go ahead.
Thanks so much for your presentation around digital wellness and all the work that you're doing for it. I really appreciate the links for the elementary, middle, and high school to the subject areas. That's really helpful. And your lessons, when they roll out, will they be on the division website, or how will teachers access them?
That's another good question. We do have, like I said, an online space. And so as I develop my lessons, the goal is to hopefully build capacity in teachers. Like I said, there is right now an ending date to this grant. So, I mean, we assume that could happen. So we want to build the teachers' capacity to continue to have those conversations, should that be something that does come about. So within my division, current microsite, which is off of our division website, we have a kind of education or classroom resources for educators. And so everything I create personally, I upload there. That teachers can have one click and it's right there. But the other opportunity that I want to strongly encourage in our Lethbridge School Division teachers is to book the collaborative teaching experience, so that I can kind of share and ensure that they're feeling confident and comfortable before the delivery. Because I know it's a lot to just be like, well, go click there and then it's for you. But I want to have those conversations and build the relationships around this concept, so it can be something that's ongoing if, for like I said, that ending date does come for our grant.
Thank you so much.
Not seeing any other questions or comments. I want to thank you both, Kason and Sydney, for the work that you guys have done so far. And I know you'll take us forward in the fall. So thank you for all your work.
Thank you for your time today.
Patrick, if you can come on up. So next is our international trip approval with LCI. So I'll turn it over to Cheryl.
So welcome, Patrick, and I think this is traditional, right? Sort of in the fall trip for LCI, so round 2. So we look forward to listening to your international trip proposal for LCI.
Yeah, so thanks for giving me the chance to come and talk to you today. I was here.
Can you just hang on 2 seconds? I don't know that they can hear online. We're good? Okay. Thanks, Patrick.
Yeah, no worries. I was here last year talking about basically an identical trip, more or less. This year, the details are very, very similar. LCI traditionally goes on 1 or 2 football trips to the States every year, depending on, the month varies, but the plan is usually somewhere in Montana, Nevada, as close to the border as possible. And the idea is just to kind of get the kids experience playing in really a different football culture than we have in Canada. LCI games, we might vary from anywhere from 500 to 2,000 people depending on the opponent in Canada. And in the States, it's very much Friday night lights, the whole town shuts down, and the culture and the atmosphere for kids is just very, very different from that perspective. So what this trip is a trip down to Sandpoint, Idaho, which is actually very close to where we went last year. The opponent is different on this trip. We'd be playing against Sandpoint High School, which is a level above the team we played last time. And I'm asking to take 50 students down along with myself, 2 other teachers, and then about 3 volunteer community coaches on the bus across the border down on the Friday to play a game, and then a JV game the following morning, and then back up on the Saturday evening. So the estimated cost is included in the athletic fee for football, which is $625. The trip total is looking like it's going to be about $7,000, the majority of which is transportation. And our Rampack parent group will cover the majority of that busing fee as well. We are looking at about 70 kids on our roster this year, about 20 of which will be junior varsity. They'll pay a reduced fee, and they probably will not be a part of this trip. And those decisions are just made off of your standard athletic decisions as far as who makes rosters from a competition and skill perspective. And I'm happy to answer any questions that anybody has in regards to that trip.
Questions from trustees? Craig?
Did you win last year?
No, we did not. No, we did not. I mean, it's one of those things where I think it was a valuable turning point in our season because I think it opened the kids' eyes as to what a team, one, their roster was significantly smaller than ours, and they, from a size standpoint, were also significantly smaller, but they took it to us. And I think it just kind of gave kids an idea of what it takes from a mental mindset and competition perspective to actually be successful. So they took it, they gave it to us last year. So I'm hoping that we have a bit of a better result this year, but regardless, the experience and what the kids get out of it and just that team bonding on the trip is worthwhile.
Well, excellent. Not seeing any further questions. If somebody would like to make a motion. Christine?
I move that the Lethbridge Collegiate Institute trip to Sandpoint, Idaho in October 2023 be approved by the board on the condition that all division policies and procedures are strictly followed, and with the understanding that future travel advisories and/or vaccination requirements may affect the trip's ability to proceed.
Any further comments or questions? Seeing none, those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you and enjoy your trip and go have fun.
Thank you very much. Have a great summer.
Next, we're on to policy review. Is it Craig? Are you going to be going? Yep, go ahead.
Yes, we had our last policy committee meeting in June, I think 7th. And if you look at it, we are bringing forward for 6 policies. We do this on a regular basis so that policies are always reviewed. So the first one, 501 point school attendance areas, is what we've added. And the big part of this is that now that we have a board boundary review committee, that committee shall review boundaries and factors associated with boundaries on an ongoing basis in the event the committee deems school attendance area boundaries require change. So that's a new part to it. The responsibility we've added in red is the board has the final say, except when designated by the Division for Programming Requirements. A student that resides in an attendance area for the school will be given priority over a student who does not reside in the attendance area. And again, we just added 4.5. They have to follow policy 501.3.1 school choice. And we added, because it's not the School Act anymore, the Education Act. So I move that we accept policy 501.3 as amended.
Any questions or comments? Jenny?
I just had a question. Do we have any procedures or anything attached to this that helps us define ongoing basis or what that looks like?
Ongoing, pardon?
We say that we shall review the boundaries on an ongoing basis. And so I'm just wondering, that's fairly vague. Wondering like, is there wording anywhere else that is more specific for what that means or what that looks like?
Christine?
Christine can answer.
Yeah, so we have instituted a boundary alignment committee this year. Particularly, most of the time when we're doing boundary reviews is because we're opening a new school site, which we'll be doing in Gary Station. But we've now instituted that as a standing committee that will actually go forward and review regularly our boundaries, whether we're doing a new school or not.
Jenny?
I guess then my follow-up question is, should we reference that in this policy at all? Oh,
It
I
is.
see. Right.
Yeah, 2.1.
Read it enough times, I didn't even see it anymore. Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Or sorry, Christine, I know you had your hand up. Go ahead, go.
The committee was my question as well. I was just trying to remember if the board boundary review committee had been designated as a standing committee, just because it wasn't on your standing committee list. So I just wanted to confirm. So if so, then that's great. And then I would just suggest if we're going to start piecing apart sort of who needs to be consulted or so we've just changed the language about who needs to be consulted. I think this board has spoken at length about the importance of student voice. And I think if we're going to start changing some language about feedback, I would like to see students included as a important piece.
I would probably add that in the under the school boundary review committee, because that's where the voice is going to be heard. All this is that the boundary committee will set the boundaries, and this is just saying that these areas you have to follow whatever. So we'll mark that down to add that to the school boundary review committee that students are involved.
That work? Okay. Any other comments or questions? Seeing none, the motion is on the floor. Those in favor? And that's carried.
Okay, the next one is 504.8, involvement with authorized agencies. And basically, it's just changing some words. Instead of correctional, it'll be youth justice services. And instead of the school act, it's the education act. And of course, then everything else is the same. So I move to adopt policy 504.8, involvement with authorized agencies as amended.
Thank you. Any questions or comments? Christina?
Just again, clarity about, I'm just curious why youth justice is mentioned like specifically, but the rest are lumped under human services. Is there a specific reason, or is it just because that's a common one?
I can't just, Cheryl, do you remember?
That was recommended by instructional services, and I think it's a matter of the requirements in terms of access to students while in school. And so youth justice looks different for youth justice to access than human services, for example. And we have a specific human services form that people fill out. And to be honest, I'm just going from memory of that without having had that instructional services conversation.
Are you okay with that, Christina? Okay, sounds good. Seeing no other questions or comments, those in favor? And that's carried.
The next one is 501.1, attendance at school. Students shall attend school regularly and punctually. Now we basically changed it from the School Act to the Education Act. And then the big change is the 2.7, 2.6, 2.7. Instead of truant students, we've just said accessing the attendance officer for further strategies to proactively improve student engagement. And the reason we changed that is to be more of a positive thing than a negative. And so that's the, and also with some of these policies, as we go into the September, some of them might become procedures because they're more of an administration thing, but right now they're a policy. So
Did you want to make a motion? Yep.
I move that we adopt policy 501.1 attendance in school as amended.
Any questions or comments? Christina, that's okay.
Sorry, I have so many to say. Just curious about 2.4, determining whether absences or lates are excessive, that rests with the school principal to establish those procedures. And I guess I'm just curious about how we ensure that there's sort of a standard of care that we ensure across the division. Would that conversation regularly happen at admin meetings, for example, or just because that feels a little bit subjective for a policy, when we want to ensure like all students are getting the same level of support for attendance?
It does occur, and as well, it occurs across teams. And I know that schools, within schools and across schools, meet as intervention teams and wellness teams, right, to focus on students at risk. And so students at risk can fall under a number of areas. Attendance, of course, would be considered one of those areas. If a student's not attending school, then they're a student at risk, in the schools. Work with Jim Kerr, as well as other individuals in instructional services, depending upon the challenges, to try to work on that. And so determining whether absences and lates are excessive, that is a site-based responsibility. And it's more than just the administration works with their team of teachers and wellness team.
And I would just add that it would look different for elementary to high school, because high school is on a semester system, and so whereas elementary and middle school is on a year-round system. I move that we adopt policy 501.1 attendance at school as amended.
Thank you. Any further comments or questions? Seeing none, those in favor? And that's carried.
Policy 404.6, co-curricular and extracurricular honoraria. What we wanted to do was just clean it up, and sometimes what's happened is some people don't find the time to take their days off, and so we've got a monetary award there. So basically, we've just added teachers must declare at the end of each school year, and we've just cleaned up the language so that it's specific. And teachers who do not wish to take any or all or any of their co-curricular and extracurricular honorarium as leave will be reimbursed the monetary amount through payroll at a substitute rate. So if they're not taking the day off, they just get. And we also added non-teaching staff, and it's subject to approval by the principal. Non-teaching staff will be compensated at the rate of current substitute teachers to a maximum of 2.5 days through increments of a half a day. So it's just tidying it up and making sure that those people that are in co-curricular, extracurricular honoraria understand what their options are. So I move that we adopt policy 404.6, co-curricular and extracurricular honoraria as amended.
Tyler, go ahead.
I just had a question in regard to non-teaching staff. Do they not have the option of accumulating days as well, like days off?
So, and I think probably the biggest thing corrected in this revised policy is it includes non-teaching staff. Prior to that, schools were trying to recognize non-teaching staff in different ways, that they didn't have the bank of, like, the school couldn't distribute their co-curricular, extracurricular days to the non-teaching staff. So now they can. And of course, there's many non-teaching staff who contribute to co-curricular, extracurricular activities. And so now it's all staff. Has a bank that they can allocated by the principal, the administration of the school, for co-curricular, extracurricular. That was probably the most significant changes. It's inclusive of all staff.
Well, that was just my question, because when I read 2.4, it sounds like they're being paid, like compensated. It reads to me like they're being paid at the current rate of a substitute teacher, as opposed to.
Yes, they can't have the bank to take off. Sorry, that was the question.
That's
yes,
so they're just
only
getting paid. They
yeah.
can't accumulate days off,
we
like
couldn't
2
do
days
the
off.
yeah, we
Okay.
couldn't do that. There was complexities with collective agreements
Okay.
and things.
I have Andrea and then Jenny.
Got it.
Okay, Jenny?
I'm just seeking to understand process more clearly. For the honoraria, it's a limited amount, right? That is distributed by our administrator, like site-based decision, correct? We don't have enough for all staff and non-teaching staff to receive honoraria always for the co-curricular. Is that correct?
So each year when we do the budget, the instructional budget committee allocates money to the co-curricular extracurricular. And no, it's a small pot of money. And so that each school site gets it on a like a per student. And so they have the money. And then they can also, the school discretionally might top it up a little bit from their budget if they need to add a little bit more dollars to it to work to recognize some of their staff.
Those are site-based decisions.
It's site-based
Who gets-
decisions.
Who gets what? and-
Absolutely.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Go
Yeah.
ahead, Andrea.
Are they able to bank the time to the next year?
Yeah, so what a principal will look at, let's say for this year, we'll look at some of the extra time their staff put in. We're talking teacher staff because teacher staff are the only ones who are allowed to actually take time, and they'll allocate that time to and the teacher will either have it paid out or they'll bank it up to I think it was 2.55 days, and then they take it off in the next year.
By years, it's by 2.5 days.
They have well, it depends how much they get allocated. They get allocated up to that's the maximum they can get.
Thank you.
And the reason it goes up to 2.55 because basketball would require a lot more effort by time and by the coach, whereas golf might only be a half a day or a day. And so that's why it's up to, and it's up to the administrator to decide how much each teacher or non-teaching staff gets.
And then we have a question still, Christina.
The 2 point, oh, sorry, I've lost it already, 2.25. Is that set by us? Is that, or 2.55, is that set by the board? Is that set by, that's by the budget? Is that in an agreement with staff?
It's been established, a long-standing number in policy for a number of years. And so certainly the 2.55 has been in that policy for being able to accumulate honoraria since I've been here. And I think it was long-standing before that. And keeping in mind that's a maximum, and very few sports would qualify for 2.55 because school administrators try to distribute that as best they can to make sure they recognize as many staff as they can.
Go ahead.
And then just sort of a further comment on the topic of the policy is, I think just the board has discussed on multiple occasions the importance of working with community partners to ensure that students are receiving the services that they need within their community, and recognizing that the co-curricular, extracurricular really truly are extra on top of the day-to-day classroom education of schooling, and that I just would call on the board, like as we continue to meet with, for example, with our partners at the municipality, to encourage continued focus on transportation, because when we think about why students need extracurriculars at school specifically, it's often because they don't have a way to get to the many community partners who would love to offer services and support the efforts of reducing the workload of education staff, because we can't get the kids there. So I think this policy specifically speaks to a weird gap that this division and divisions across the province continue to have to fill because of a lack of sort of services that allow for other community partners to actually do their job too. So just wanted to bring that up because we talk about it a lot.
We do talk about it a lot, and we'll continue that advocacy for sure with the city regarding transportation as well as the business community. Jenny.
When our staff go on approved trips and they're gone for longer than 2.5 days, Do those trips fall under co-curricular, or what is the process when, I mean, there's enough away games or whatever it is, choir performances away, whatever it is that takes a staff away beyond more than 2.5 days? What budget does that substitute covering those costs? Because this money goes to cover the substitute costs, right? It's not going directly to the teacher, is it? It sounds like.
Yeah, the teacher gets either the time off or they get the money paid out to them if they don't take it in the next year. And this is just a reward for putting in extra work, putting in over and above, helping out outside of the school time, and a teacher will take a look at.
So then with the money from their allocation being used to pay substitute costs, is that accurate?
No.
It sounds like the money goes to pay their substitute costs.
Okay, Tyler's going to answer that, and then Tyler has a question
No,
after.
this is what it was.
Okay.
No, so essentially when you're doing these co-curricular extra activities, they're volunteer positions, right? So if I decide I'm going to volunteer to coach volleyball this year, I don't get anything for it. I'm volunteering to do that. So what this is it's a way for schools to kind of recognize that you volunteered and you put in the amount of hours you put in for whatever you do are going to be way more than you ever get back here. This is just basically a little token to say, hey, thank you for coaching volleyball this year. You can have an extra day off at some point for all the time you put in. So that's really all it is.
I totally understand that, and I think that they are under rewarded. And so that's why I'm concerned that it almost sounds in this policy like they don't receive it. Like it says with under 2.2 at the end, it says with the money from their allocation being used to pay substitute costs.
I could add.
Craig?
Well, it doesn't pay for substitute costs. What we did was, because we had to have a rate there, we chose the substitute rate of pay. And that's what they get. They don't get paid they don't pay the substitute. We use the substitute rate of pay to give them an honorarium.
Does the policy need to reflect that?
Well, it does. But maybe, I don't see where it is.
Mike, you have an answer, Mike?
Yeah, so Jenny, there's two parts to your question. So I'm a coach and we're going on a trip. So I miss a day of school. My substitute gets paid for. Okay.
Right.
Okay. So that has nothing to do with this. At the end of the year, I've accumulated my hours. And so now I send them to administration, say, this is how many hours I was away for coaching. They say, well, you get 1 day off for that. So you can use it as 1 day of leave, or you can get paid out for it. So if I get 1 day, I get enough money to pay for the sub for that day to take a day off, or I can get paid out that amount of money.
From what I know, but I'm concerned that 2.2 is inaccurate because it says with the money from their allocation being used to pay substitute costs.
So if they don't show up to class that day because they took a day in lieu, they're using that allocation to pay for their sub costs because they're not in class that day. So they're paying for their sub costs. No, they're getting a day off instead of money. They have a choice to take the day off or to take the substitute rate of pay. So if they take the day off, the substitute rate of pay is used to cover. If they decide they just want to get paid out, they'll get paid out at the substitute rate, which I agree is a little ways down, but then they cover it in 2.3.
Does that clarify it for you?
It does. Thanks for humoring my process.
Now that we've walked through that, were there more questions? We're good. Go ahead, Craig.
Well, I would just like to add that a number of years ago, that was part of the agreement, is that we can't tell teachers or staff that they have to coach anymore. And so this is all voluntary, and it's the only way we can thank them for their voluntary use of time to coach. So I would move that we accept policy 404.6, co-curricular and extracurricular honorarium as amended.
Seeing no further questions or comments, those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you.
Now for the interesting one. Okay.
Okay, so just in recognizing that we need to make sure that public forum is on time and we need to make sure things are on time, we are going to switch over to Avis to be able to provide us our third quarter financial report in a 10-minute window.
Hello, everybody. I just need Oh, it's got to go to space. There we go. All right, so I'm pleased to present the 2022-2023 third quarter financial at a glance ending May 31st, 2023. This presentation is an overview of the quarterly reporting, which you would have received in your board package. And these reports are based on the operating budget, which is the approved September 30th budget. Subsequent to the approval of the September 30th budget, the following significant changes have been noted. $123,150 of additional Alberta education funding has been received throughout the first 3 quarters of 22-23. This is $27,500 for Ukrainian student supports, which is used within inclusive learning within the K-12 department, $37,785 for supplement enrollment growth, which was used within the K-12 department as well, and $57,865 for fuel contingency funding, which is used within transportation. The International Student Program has been very successful for the 22-23 school year. The original budget was $300,000, but between the deferred revenue from the 21-22 school year for the students who paid to attend in 22-23, and you recognize the revenue once the students arrive, as well as students who've paid in 22-23, the amount has been updated to $800,000. And you will see this later in the presentation that the external services looks a little skewed, so hopefully that adds some clarity. Lastly, within quarter 3, projections have been adjusted for savings within pre-K, school-generated funds, and additional interest income has been earned due to higher interest rates on the division's GICs. As in prior presentations, budget charts will be displayed as the following. In the half circle charts, budget line is in blue, forecast line is in green, and the red line shows the actuals. In the full circle chart, budget line is in blue, forecast is in green, and year-to-date is spent in red. There are also check marks within each area. The green check mark means expenses are within forecasted costs. The blue check mark means that there are revenues to cover cost increases. The yellow check mark means expenses are over forecasted amounts but are still within budget. And the black dash is above forecasted and budgeted costs. So let's start with revenues. As of May 31st, 2023, 75.2% of revenues have been received. Overall, comparable to forecast, 75.7 is forecasted and 75.2 has been received. Variances over the forecasted amounts relate to Government of Alberta for the timing of their payments, and investment income is higher than budgeted at this time due to the higher interest rates the division has received on its GICs. It is estimated that the interest income will be approximately $300,000 higher than budgeted for 22-23. There's also been an offset for lower than forecasted school-generated funds. So that's your forecast, that's your fees, your fundraising, and your donations. And so when we do that, the fundraising and donations are still a little bit based on pre-COVID budgeted numbers, and then the listings for the fees are all the possible fees that could be charged in the schools throughout the year. Next, we will move to expenditures. So overall, comparable to forecast, 76% actual versus 78.9% forecasted. And then we will go through each type and department next. So first we'll start with departments. So pre-K is at 68.6% of their total budget. Forecasted costs for this quarter were 78.4%. So in discussions with the early learning coordinator, the main reason for this area being under the forecasted costs has been due to staffing. A few staff members were on leave and their replacements were lower on the staffing grid, as well as contingency staffing wasn't utilized through the year due to decreased enrollment. As a result, it is estimated that there'll be approximately $250,000 savings in this area by the end of August 2023, which has been allocated within the program for the 23-24 school year. Next, instruction is at 75% of their total budget, which is within forecasted costs of 77.3%. Some larger items are still to be purchased for in June, as well as the SGF funds that we talked about being lower than forecast. If the revenues are lower, the expenses are also lower. So it's overall considered in line with budget. Operations and maintenance is at 80.3% of their total budget. Now this is slightly over the forecasted costs of 77.6 for the end of May 2023, which is due to the timing of projects which can fluctuate throughout the year, supplies showing up, timelines, that sort of thing. And while actual costs are currently over forecasted for the quarter, the estimate for the projection for the end of the year is that it will be within budget. Transportation is at 89.5% of their total budget. Now this is slightly over forecasted costs of 88.8% at the end of May 2023. We also expect this area to be higher spent as busing does not occur within July and August. As well, the fuel contingency grant from Alberta Education so far has been $57,865. So this has definitely helped with cost pressures in the area, and it wasn't budgeted for as it can fluctuate based on the diesel gas prices. The contingency grant is why there's a blue check mark in this area, as it's showing that there's revenues to cover the cost increases within the year. System administration is at 79.2% of total budget. This is slightly over the forecasted cost of 78.7. We talked about this last quarter, but there was an additional audit required by Alberta Education for their new asset retirement obligations. Several school divisions were selected throughout the province and no additional funding was given to cover that cost. As well as in this last quarter, there were costs associated with the superintendent recruitment. So the projections still estimate though that even though there is the slight forecast overage in this quarter, it will still be within budget by the end of the year. And last but not least is the external international program, which is at 109.6% of its total budget. So as previously mentioned, the international program has been very successful for 22-23. This is a self-sustaining program, meaning that any funds collected cover the expenses within the program. Therefore, the increase of the $500,000 in revenue can also expect to cover the increases in expenses too. So that's resulting in this skewed result. But there is money, which is why there's the blue check mark, to cover the cost increases. Next, we'll move to types of expenses. So first, we'll start with salary, benefits, and professional development. So it's at 77.6 year to date versus the 77.2% forecast. So overall is comparable. Lots of staff are on 10-month contracts as well as substitute costs are 10-month contracts. So it's expected that this would be higher than the traditional 25% allocated each quarter. Contracted services is at 85.8% actual versus 81.4% forecast, so slightly over. Transportation would be within this area, so that's why there is the additional but being over the forecasted. But overall, it is expected by the end of the year to be within budget. Other services is at 95.8% actual versus 94.5% forecast, so slightly over. This is where the international program would be. So again, it's expected that it would be slightly over the forecasted costs. Supplies is at 62.5% actual versus 77% forecast. There are still some purchases that are going to be finished within June here and into the summer. Technology is doing a large evergreening program for the summer, as well as any other large purchases to be going on actually right now. And other expenditures is at 46.8% versus 73.7% forecasted. There's been savings in this area as many departments have not had to use their contingency accounts throughout the year, which is always something nice to hear. And last but not least, we have transfers, school generated funds, and IMR funding. That's at 61.9% actual versus 75.8% forecast. So as previously mentioned, the school generated funds, if the revenues are lower, the expenses are expected to be lower as well as IMR costs in the summer for the summer projects will also be occurring in the next quarter. So as at May 31st, 2023, the division has a net financial assets of $12.26 million, which is a decrease from the prior year of $14.41 million. The majority of this decrease is from the reduction of cash and cash equivalents due to the spending of reserves, as well as collecting a large outstanding receivable from Alberta Education for the final payment of Dr. Robert Paxton Elementary School. The non-financial assets and the related spent deferred capital contributions have decreased from the prior year, mainly due to the amortization of those capital assets. Oh, don't freeze on me now. We got one left. And so please see the May 31st quarterly report on the website for any additional information and analysis, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Questions from the trustees? Oh, sorry, Jenny, go ahead.
Just on the executive summary, the first page of what's in our packet.
Yeah.
I had some discrepancies in information from the budget that we looked at in May, and so I just was hoping you might be able to
Absolutely.
help me understand where
Yes.
my misinformation is. And so what I'm wondering is the total budget of 139.38 million.
Mm-hmm.
When we looked at the budget,
So-
I was looking at 141.83 million.
And so you were saying, so that is the operating budget for 22-23. So that's the September 30th budget, not the May 31st budget that's approved in May. That's the preliminary budget. And then we do the updates in the fall for the updated. So that's why it's probably a discrepancy from the May one that you would have been looking at, because this has the September budget in it.
So the one we look at in May is not for, I thought that was for looking at September of 23, right? Into 24?
So this is for 22-23 though.
Oh, I see. Oh,
Yeah.
Right, you're reporting.
I
Right.
know, it's always hard because to be like, what year are we in?
Then that's where it doesn't match up still, because because we had revenues in there, because I have that we had 135 last year.
Yeah, so that would have been our preliminary in May of 2022.
Yeah.
And then we do an update in September 2022 once we've got enrollment finalized. Reserves was a big one last year because the schools had to spend their reserves in order for us to be under the Alberta education cap.
So we ended up 4 million higher than what we looked at in May.
Yes,
Is that reserves?
the majority of it is, yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
and then the other question I had from this is, when we looked in May, we were looking at an increase of 49 students, but on here, we're looking at an increase of 277.
This is last year. Forget about May, because that's 23-24.
Okay, again, I had 143 for last year.
And it probably would have, that would have
So we
been
ended
May.
up with
And then in
277.
September, it ended up being 257. So
277.
this is all based, this is all based on September actual enrollments versus the May.
So we were quite a bit higher than what we anticipated.
Yeah,
Because
absolutely.
Don't know until they enroll.
Yes, you never know who's going to show up. Yeah.
It's a fun game. Okay, thank you. Thank you for explaining that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Andrea.
Thank you, as always, for making the budget so understandable for us. I get excited when I see $250,000 that I think might not be earmarked. It's going back into the EAP program.
Yes, it'll.
And has it already been spoken for, or will it be used to add students?
So definitely the majority of it has been spoken for. I've been working with Rochelle, she's the early learning coordinator, about has been allocated for 23-24 for staffing already. But certainly once the fall comes and we know who's showing up and we know what the actual surplus will be in that area, then we can definitely work with that.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Jenny.
I think this was my question too, just to verify.
Mhm.
That is for staffing specifically just for our EAP program,
So that would be
right?
PUF, severe, KG, and EAP. Yes.
But it's staying within the pre-K
Yes.
realm.
Yes,
Okay.
you betcha.
Thank you.
Go ahead,
Yeah, I
Christine.
just want to make it clear, we already accounted for that underspend in 23-24
Mhm.
budget. So we've already included it in when we were giving you the staffing and whatnot. We already factored that carryover in.
Any other questions or comments? Jenny?
She's looking at me. I don't even have to raise my hand. Okay, instruction. We're looking at a $4 million.
Yeah, that currently we're under forecasted. The
Yeah.
majority of that is SGF funds. So at the beginning of the year, we do a budget for fundraising, fees, and donations. And if that money doesn't come in, then it's not spent. So that's the biggest, I would say the biggest portion of that. I would say SGF funds and supplies.
So we're anticipating that will be used in the fall, is what you're saying?
No, because it hasn't, the money never came in.
Oh,
So-
it hasn't.
No,
I see.
because we budget for, like, for example, with the fees, every possible fee that could be charged with the maximum amount of students to partake in the option courses, the extracurricular, that's one portion of the school generated funds. But then you also have the fundraising and the donations that go directly to the schools. And so those have all been under forecasted costs for 22-23. So if that money doesn't come in, then we don't spend it. And that's where you're going to see the decrease in that area.
So we're $4 million below forecasted spending.
Yes.
So do we have $4 million to spend?
No, because that money hasn't come in. Yeah.
Under revenue.
Yes.
What do we actually have? Do we actually get that much out of our fundraising? And
Between school fees, fundraising, and I would say, yeah, I know that I did an adjustment for about 2 million to adjust the projections at the end of the year, as we were at 2 million underspent in our SGFs. School generated funds, sorry if I keep saying SGF in case some people don't know what that means.
yeah. School generated funds. Okay, so you're saying that $4 million is largely based in SGFs?
Yes,
And we will know more accurately by the end of the year?
absolutely.
I'll keep my eye for
Yeah.
keep my eye out for extra money.
Aren't we all?
Yeah.
Any further questions or comments? Seeing none, I do need a motion to accept the third quarter report. Christina?
I move that we accept the 2022-2023 third quarter financial report as presented.
Perfect. Thank you. Any
Awesome.
further questions or comments? And those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you guys and have a great summer if I don't see you.
Thanks, Avis. Okay. So we'll move on to the next item. So, which is our public member presentation and then our public forum. So I want to remind the public that board meetings are professional business meetings with norms and protocols. All events, meetings, and spaces in Lethbridge School Division are expected to be safe, caring, and respectful for students and staff. To ensure that we maintain a safe space that is respectful for all individuals, the following behaviors will not be tolerated. Any yelling out or interrupting, any heckling, or any hate speech will not be accepted, and anyone doing so will be asked to leave immediately. Further warnings will not be provided to individuals. So with that, we'll move on to our public presentation to the board. Thank you for taking the time to prepare a presentation to the board. We appreciate public members coming forward to express a concern or perspective. In accordance with policy 204.13, public presentations and forums, you have complied with the policy by notifying the board at least 14 days in advance. The board has scheduled 5 minutes for your presentation. I will have the Secretary Treasurer, Christine, signal when there is 1 minute left and advise when the 5 minutes is up and presentation finished. The board will listen carefully to your presentation and consider what you have provided as information. The board will not be providing a response or engage in dialogue following your presentation. Board members can, should they wish to do so, ask any clarifying questions following the presentation. We will not be providing a written follow-up response, but will respectfully consider your information in our future planning processes and decision-making. So I'd like to begin with Brooke Cully.
Okay, thanks. I guess I was in this room when Cheryl's first meeting was, so coincidences today bring me here and I'm at her last meeting, but I'd like to thank her for her leadership and my family would like to wish you all the best. Before I make my remarks that have brought me here today, I would like to provide you with some historical and personal context. Within a month of being sworn in as trustee on this board in 2010, Gary Bartlett, who was the chair at the time, and myself attended a meeting of the District Student Advisory Council. There was one student present that Gary pointed out to me and asked me if I thought we as a board were doing everything to make that particular student feel safe, welcomed, and cared for while attending school in this division. Being a very new trustee, I wasn't sure how to answer that particular question, but over the course of my term, I was fortunate to experience Gary's knowledge and his wise leadership. The following month, I attended my first Alberta School Association Fall General Meeting in Edmonton. And on the last day, I took in a PD session, which was a panel of 12 students from varying districts around the province. And they were all on the LGBTQ plus spectrum. And they shared their personal stories in front of a handful of trustees. Some of the stories we heard were heart-wrenchingly sad, while others were the exact opposite. And they were stories of love, resiliency, and joy. On my drive home from Edmonton, it became crystal clear to me that the most important role I as a trustee had would be how I supported all students in the division, regardless of their personal circumstances. What I took away from the positive stories I heard at the workshop were for the most part from kids from supportive homes. But a supportive and inclusive education system was critical to the well-being of the others. The bravery of those participants who shared those stories was made possible by a supportive public education system where they found friends and, more importantly, found allies. So when our eldest child came out to my wife and I, we knew as parents what job one was. I can now proudly tell you my two queer adult children are both thriving in part because of their K-12 experience in this division and are now the wonderful humans they are because of the love and support of my family and the great friendships they have made. Although things were tough at times to negotiate at a young age, I would say the staff and administration, for the most part, made them feel safe. The division has come a long way in providing safe, welcoming, and caring spaces for all kids that grace the doors of schools in this community. But there's a lot more work that must be done. My hope is that administration will embrace strategic hiring practices to ensure all schools have knowledgeable and empathetic young new teachers who know the risks associated with kids who identify in this space. So now I am both saddened and nervous that there appears to be a bold, new, and in some cases well-organized opposition to some young students' mere existence. Some of this opposition you have heard, or I suspect you will hear later. I also suspect, and I could be wrong, that there may be one or more members of this board that have thoughts or beliefs that are counter to the positive education experience of all students in this division. And I have heard a troubling suggestion that some rollback of policies protecting kids are up for discussion. I would like to remind you that one of your most important and critical roles as governors of this publicly funded education is to protect and celebrate all students in the division. I implore you not to give a platform for hate rhetoric and encourage you, the board, to continue making and strengthening progressive policies for the safety and well-being of all children in this community, and to not go backwards on that work. Thanks for this opportunity. Have a great summer and happy Pride.
Thank you, Brooke. And from the board, is there any clarifying questions? Seeing none, we will move on to our public forum portion of the meeting. So we have 15 minutes on the board agenda schedule for public forum. The maximum amount of time a person can present is 5 minutes. Anticipating a high level of interest in participating in public forum for this board meeting, we put out communication last week that individuals interested in presenting at the public forum were to submit their names and that a random draw would be made for 3 individuals to be scheduled for this public forum. It was reasonable to draw 3 individuals because with the maximum of 15 minutes and 5 minutes per individual, the time allotted in the agenda would be used. It was felt this was an orderly and fair process. These individuals were contacted and advised they would be able to present at the public forum. The results of the draw were also put on the division website. For today's public forum, we will hear from Viviana, Mike, and Heather. Thank you for taking the time to join the public forum to present to the board. We appreciate public members coming forward to express a concern or perspective. The board will listen carefully to your presentation and carefully consider what you have said today. The board will not be providing a response or engaging in dialogue following your presentation. We will, however, provide a written response in the near future. So first, I would like to call upon Viviana Lartiga Castillo. I'm sorry if I crushed your name. And you can watch, Christine will be advising of the time.
Sorry. Good afternoon. Thank you for this opportunity. And let me begin by saying that I'm speaking today as a woman, as a mother, and a parent. I'm a Christian, and today I come to you and see you all as image bearers of Christ. We are all made in his image, male and female. The words I speak today come from that very truth, and what I will say to you today is spoken out of deep concern for all children and the deepest love for my own. You and we are all collaborators in this endeavor of providing sound education to our children, to every child in Lethbridge School Division. So I thank you for your service and the work that you do as trustees, and to you who serve as administrators. I'm sure we can all agree that every child, regardless of race, religion, creed, color of skin, or gender, is to be valued, protected, and cherished, and that every child has the right to access education. More importantly, children are the most vulnerable group in our society, and as such, as parents, we are held with the greatest responsibility in raising these little people. When it comes to education in our province, parents have a prior right to choose the kind of education that may be provided to their children. And parents have the right and the responsibility to make informed decisions respecting the education of their children. Also, in this province, guardians, in most cases parents, have the responsibility to take care of their child's physical, psychological, and emotional development, and to make sure the child has food, clothing, shelter. We as parents have authority over our children and the education of our children. In the case of education, the school's authority is a derivative from a parent's authority. It is not some other kind of authority, nor is it authority that overrides that of as parents. I feel that this division has lost sight of that. So today, as the authority of my child and having the authority over his education, I wish to let you know that I strongly oppose and reject two policies of this division has come to pass. Policy 502.2, known as the Soji policy, and 103.1, the anti-racism and anti-oppression policy. And many parents stand in support of this. On the surface, these policies address diversity, wishing to create inclusive and safe learning environments in schools. I agree that we all have the right to live, work, and learn in safe and supportive environments, and we have legislation to protect these fundamental rights as noted in our Canadian Constitution, the Alberta Bill of Rights, the Education Act, and the Family Law Act, to name a few. But when it comes to policy creation, a board must have verifiable evidence to support in the creation of such policies. So I'd like to ask, what is this verifiable evidence that was gathered and that demonstrated the need for the Soji policy and the ARAO policy? I searched for it on the website and came up empty-handed. I'm wondering if the division, in the name of transparency and collaboration, can share this evidence with all stakeholders. In my opinion, the Soji policy is superfluous and based on ideology and pseudoscience. I do not and will not acknowledge this policy. It opens the door to many harms that our children would suffer. It misrepresents the Education Act when addressing GSAs and QSAs. It undermines and tries to usurp parental authority. The guidelines created as procedural mechanism of this policy are based on pseudoscience. The guidelines with me today. On the pseudoscience that sex is on a spectrum, which can impose great harms on vulnerable groups like our children, women, gay men, and lesbians. This false theory of biology distorts human nature. Our capacity to navigate the world is rooted in a shared understanding of words and what they mean. We shouldn't be having debates about what constitutes a man, a woman, male and female, boy and girl, especially in the schools. This confuses our children, this talk of gender fluidity. And to use this jargon that is shown in your guidelines as the definitions violates my conscience to lie. Should I use them or be compelled to use them? Further, you're asking my child to not believe the reality of the world he sees and understands and to accept this distortion of reality. Words like cis and cisgender now has replaced heterosexual, means that if I use them, I agree that there are subsets of women. If I acquiesce to using this jargon, it shows I accept the pseudoscience declared in these guidelines. I do not accept this premise, nor does my child. And for the ARAO policy, I ask that you revisit this policy. Critical race theory and intersectionality is seen in this policy and leads to negative dynamics, such as a focus on group identity over universal shared traits. It divides people into oppressed and oppressor groups, urges intolerance. The division would be creating a situation in which the individual is no longer celebrated or protected, but rather membership in the official categories becomes the identity. Commands the attention of victimhood as well as entitlement. To end my 5 minutes, what I would like the board to do is I am requesting that you revisit these two policies and that you afford parents, all stakeholders, the opportunity to voice their concerns. 5 minutes doesn't do justice, and my voice isn't enough. So I'm requesting a public forum as soon as possible so that all stakeholders, everybody in this room, can be involved and engaged in discussion. Thank you.
Are there any questions for clarification from the board? Seeing none, we will call up our next speaker, Mike Ritchie.
Is it working? It's working. Thank you. Thank you for opening up for us to speak. Let the words of my mouth and the meditations of my heart be acceptable in thy sight, O Lord, my strength and my Redeemer. I don't know most of you. I'm happy to see your faces. So I say good afternoon, board members and concerned members of the public. My name is Mike Ritchie. I had the great opportunity of spending about 40 years, not only in this district, but in a separate district and a couple of years in the States to begin with. I moved to Canada in 1977, became a Canadian in 1982. I've been blessed by the interactions I've had with students over the years, band trips. I was a music teacher. So I very much enjoyed that. I will begin my comments with a quote by C.S. Lewis. He's one of my favorite authors. I just discovered this the other day. He said this: even a child can only indulge his imagination if he has a rock of stability to return to. If the rock of humanity as man and woman is destroyed, so is the freedom to be human. There is no hope of freedom when magical thinking parades as logic and the natural order is repudiated in favor of myth. That was said many, many decades ago, but I think it still holds true today. According to the Bible, the wisest man who ever lived was a man by the name of Solomon. He stated, there's nothing new under the sun. Nothing new. Sexual orientation and gender identity has been debated since the dawn of civilization. Great civilizations, Mesopotamia, Greece, the Roman Empire, worshipped idols such as Baal, Ishtar, Ashtoreth, and Moloch. Ashtoreth, in particular, was called the enchantress of sexual immorality, who believed in the blending of gender, goddess of transition from male to female and female to male. I don't mean to be short or curt. Please forgive me. Soji, I wrote to every member here, and you've gotten my message, and I hope it wasn't misunderstood. But I put in the subject line, Soji equals gender dysphoria, equals transgenderism, and the last word, which maybe some of you know and maybe some of you don't, transhumanism. That's yet to come. I included that statement in the subject line of the emails that I sent to all of you. You may be asking the question, well, what do I mean by that? Well, I believe Soji is a Pandora's box, which has been opened. It's been opened of destructive behaviors that are being developed and normalized to promote an agenda of gender instability. A child's brain is not fully developed until, I believe, the age of 25. Today, 5% of Americans identify as trans. 5 years ago, it was less than 1%. Of 18 to 29-year-olds that said they were trans. The rate of increase is exponential. What's the reasoning behind that? This simply should be called a social contagion of mental disorders. Encouraging children to explore their sexual identity and gender identity at an early age is antithetical to healthy human development. Implementation of Soji will only promote dysfunctional adulthood. I know I'm running out of time. Please indulge me. I ask.
Are we at 5 minutes? 14 seconds.
The unintentional consequences of aberrant behaviors being normalized will produce immense psychological trauma. I'm going to rush through this. In my humble opinion, we're sacrificing our children on the altar of political correctness. Some would say the altar of Baal. For example, the most recent political correct term for pedophilia.
Your time, Mike. Thank you. Are there any questions for clarification? Seeing none, we will move on. Oh. Seeing none, we will move on to our last speaker, Heather Rowland.
Are we good? All right. So good day. My name is Heather Rowland, and I am a clinical social worker, an occasional sessional instructor at the university, and a very proud mother of 2 queer children. I am here today as my family is directly impacted by Policy 502.2 and its related guidelines. First, I want to express my gratitude to the board for their care and attention in updating these policies as needed, and for creating guidelines that are clear and relevant to queer families. My children are young. They are ages 8 and 11. And they asked me to share their thoughts on their behalf today. Their understanding of systems and policy is still in development. So when we talked about what they wanted to say, I simply asked them the question, what do you like about schools having guidelines to better support queer students and their families? These were their replies. My oldest, who is 11, asked me to relay the following. She says, "Hi, my name is Amina, and I live a happy life as a bisexual girl. The guidelines are important because we need to have books in schools that show that we are not alone in our journey. Not having books makes queer kids feel alone and disconnected. I am bisexual, and I like books with queer characters. The queer characters help me feel seen and understood. Also, if you take away pronouns, people won't feel like themselves. My sibling changes their gender, and people using their pronouns makes them feel like themselves. That's why we are happy when you respect these things in school. Having rules that protect queer kids makes us feel safe and wanted. My youngest, who is 8, asked me to share their thoughts. Remember, they're 8, so it's a little hard to follow. My name is Paxton, and I am gender fluid. I
Just
don't.
get you to stop for a second, Heather, while some people are wanting to leave the room. Yep. You need to stop, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, you can go ahead, and we've
Thank you.
the time. So thank.
So my second child says, my name is Paxton, and I am gender fluid. I don't like it how some people don't think we should have diversity clubs. If you take away diversity clubs, kids who are different don't know how many people support you. My school had a diversity club, and we had so much fun. If you take away people's rights to be different genders, then people are guessing, and it's so much better when we just ask for pronouns. My teachers use my. When teachers use my pronouns, I feel good inside. My kids are very clear about what they like and they don't like when it comes to queer rights. It's not complicated, and at its heart, these guidelines and policies are also not complicated. For my kids, these guidelines help ensure they have access to age-appropriate books that they can relate to, and that their pronouns and identities are respected. These policies accept and respect that queer kids exist, queer families exist, and queer teachers and staff exist. The guidelines provide information that allows us to make choices on how we will navigate within the school system. They also provide hope that we can be respected and may even thrive within the school system. My hope is really, this real hope is really important right now. We are in a time when people are emboldened to hate. When my youngest started kindergarten, I was really scared about how the school system would react to such a young kid living their best little gender creative life. I anticipated that I would need to fight for their basic right to exist within the space. But overwhelmingly, I haven't had to fight. Every time we meet an affirming teacher or see these policies in action, I breathe just a little bit easier. I am humbled by the skill and mindful care of our teachers when they navigate age-appropriate conflicts in the classroom, their willingness to encourage and use my child's pronouns, and the subtle ways that they create affirming space. They are teaching all children that we can be different and still share respectful space. I find that hopeful and I find it beautiful. And for that, I say thank you. In the very core of my being, I believe that absolutely no child, no family should ever have to prove their worth or hide who they are in order to be shown care, respect, and belonging. It seems to me that
time.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any questions for clarification from the board? Being none, I want to thank the speakers that came forward today. And as we stated earlier, the board will provide a written response in the near future to each of them. That concludes our public forum portion of the meeting. So next we're back to Craig for, we'll just give a couple minutes. Yeah. I know. Okay. Craig, so we are back to policies. So 607.3.
Instructional resources and materials. This has been on our docket for about 3 months, and it's also been to Division School Council. What you will notice is that the blue, when we went through this, the government has come out with a new provincial resource review guide, April of 2022. So all of the red and the blue either comes from the Education Act, which is the red, and the Provincial Resource Guide, which is the blue, probably. I think that's how it went. So it basically, there's authorized, recommended, or approved resources. We want consistency in selecting and managing teacher and learning resources that align with provincial curriculum and promote equal opportunity for students in our division. The following definitions were taken out of that provincial resource guide. So if you just look at it, authorized resources, recommended resources, approved resources. So I would just like to make sure that we all understand that this is a government document, that the board didn't, the policy committee did not create this. It was, we just took it out of the document. So the regulations in that is that instructional resources materials shall be relevant to the curriculum and the cognitive level of students, meet acceptable standards with respect to content, language, and reflect tolerance and understanding. All resources and materials must comply with the Provincial Resource Review Guide by Alberta Ed. Instructional resources and materials used to deliver substantial portions of the program of studies that are not defined as authorized or recommended are subject to approval using Form 607.3A prior to the utilization of the resource. Now, we did have that the first time we brought it back, and we took it because this is, the blue again is right from the resource guide. A teacher shall provide notice to a parent, guardian of a student where courses, programs of study, or instructional materials or instructions for exercises include subject material which deals primarily and explicitly with religion and human sexuality. This is not applied to incidental or indirect references to religion, religious themes, or human sexuality. And that came out of the Education Act.
So sorry, Craig, to clarify, the red is the first changes that were made as recommended by the board, and then the blue is the second time back to the, but absolutely correct that the changes are one of two sources, which is the new guide and the Education Act.
Thanks, Kincho. Students should not be, well, that's the same. They're not denied basic instructions. Concerns with respect to the appropriateness of instructional resources shall be handled as follows. The matter should be discussed with the relevant teacher. They may appeal the decision of the teacher in principle in writing, and they may appeal the decision of the principal to the Associate Superintendent of Instructional Services. Now, I'd like to just bring back some of the dialogue. One of the concerns that we had is that where some might get into a situation is using the Form 607.3A. And I think it would be worthwhile if we looked at that form, just so that you have an idea that it goes with this policy. And Can you bring that up? Because I think it's vital to the conversation. We didn't change the form. So 607.3A. Yeah.
So sorry, Craig, the form will be changed slightly to mirror the language. So Karen Ramsey, Director of Curriculum. This form, I know she's put it out to administrators, but the premise is the same,
right,
where they have to go through a series of considerations.
So I just like to go through this with the board so that we know what, if somebody can ask us questions. As you look at it, you have to put the teacher name, the name of the resource, the medium of the resource, and the grade and subject. And as you scroll down, first of all, has the teacher reviewed the provincially authorized resource to determine if there's a resource that, so we're just asking, have you done your research? Secondly, why is this resource necessary and how does it differ? Please, have you reviewed the resource, mindful of the representation of culture and race? Please explain. Also, then the next question, which is, I think, key, is there sexual content? If so, is it age appropriate? And is there violence? If so, is it age appropriate? Now, we are going to change, as Cheryl pointed out, we're changing it to make it in line with this. But I think it's important that parents understand that teachers know what this form is and fill it out properly and give it to the principal for approval. And if we're asked a question, we can say that this resource has to be approved by the principal and there's a form to fill it out. So I just wanted to bring that up. Cheryl?
And I think as we heard the breadth of perspectives on this policy, what's important to keep in mind as well is this form doesn't get filled out for every single resource used in a classroom. That's really important to remember, and that it's that the expectation that teachers do so is not established or expected. So if a teacher uses a small article, or if there's a conversation about a recent current event, or there's because that's why it's important in here that it talks about where it's content of substance, right? So that's at the beginning when it talks about must use to deliver substantive portion of the program of studies, right? And so, because certainly, as we know, teachers use a variety of resources, always give them careful consideration, link them to the outcomes in the program of studies. But certainly, as they access resources, it doesn't mean that if it's a minor resource that's not used to as a substantive portion, the exception, of course, always is if that's what takes us to number, if that resource does have explicit sexual content or religious content, then parents receive notification. And so those are two really important pieces of the policy to keep, because there's a balance there, right? So we don't want to set up the expectation that every single thing that a teacher uses would be subject to a teacher filling out this form, but that a teacher does review and think carefully about sexually explicit content, right? That is part of the resource.
And as we discussed it, and I think at the board, it was brought up that here's social studies is a very good example because it dictates current events. Well, you might be showing something that is violent, or it could have some other impacts, but the kids need to understand that in the context of social studies. Now, it might be different in English or a novel study, but the point that we tried to do, and it was really discussed quite thoroughly, is that we wanted to make sure, and this is why I'm taking the time to explain, we wanted to make sure that everybody, every teacher, every student, every teacher, every parent understands what the government has said. And this document basically just mirrors what the government said. And so it hopefully brings some peace and conformity to what's going on. And parents can then look at this and say, And if they're asked a question, you can say, we took it right out of the resource guides. And you can access that on the Alberta Ed thing. So parents are encouraged to look at that, and please do, because then they can get a better idea. So any questions on this?
Christine?
I do have a question. Regarding classroom libraries, do they fit within the parameters of this policy? No, nor do, and that was a conversation as well, Christine. So libraries, learning commons, this is instructional resources, right? So classroom libraries are not instructional resources. Learning commons are not instructional resources.
Yeah. So it's just what a teacher is using.
Andrea and then Jenny.
So is that form new or it's current practice?
That form's been in policy for probably 10, 12 years.
Okay, I guess in kindergarten,
You probably
maybe didn't use it, but has there been a case where somebody has asked to use a resource and it has been rejected? Or
this is site-based, so I'm not sure, right? Because this goes to the principal. And so certainly you have to remember that, and this conversation happened as well. Every school context is different. I mean, part of the teaching quality standard, part of the leadership quality standard is understanding your school context. And so, and also age relevance, cultural relevance, and all those pieces are considered. And so your principal is ultimately, in the Education Act, instructional leader of the school and absolutely accountable for delivery of the programs of study and the resources used in that school. And so I'm sure it would be more of a conversation than just refused. I mean, I don't know the answer to that. I haven't heard too much about that. I know that there's conversations, certainly, especially when we get to the high school level. And part of those conversations often are offering an alternative book to students who may, if there's content in there that may have more explicit kinds of violence or more things that might trigger students, then often the teacher will have a choice of 2 or 3 books. I'm thinking of English language arts, for example, novels.
Jenny?
Do we need to include the Provincial Resource Review Guide in references? Oh,
Back.
right. I forgot there was a backside on that. Okay, other comment, and this is just more a matter of wording, not content, but in 4.6, when we've changed it to they may appeal the decision of the teacher to the principal in writing, we aren't referring to a person previous to that, and then we are referring to one or more people by bringing in the word they. Is it better to instead just say the decision of the teacher may be appealed in writing? Is maybe better wording. And then again for 6.3, the decision of the principal may be appealed to the associate superintendent.
I think because it could be of 2 people that could appeal that. I mean,
But the decision can be appealed.
yeah, and
I just am thinking
one
we
of the
could
things that
remove
we wanted to
pronoun.
change here, and that's why we've had concerns, is as soon as you put the word complaint, then it's the parents versus the teacher. Whereas a concern, we're trying to be positive and say, if there's a concern, please talk to the teacher. But we couldn't decide on the wording because it could be 1 parent or it could be 2 parents. And that's why we chose the word they.
And I'm not looking to change content. I'm just looking to say, can we make the subject instead of they of the sentence? Can we make it the decision? So just say the decision may be appealed. And we can remove an unidentified subject from the sentence. Going into
That's fine with us. I mean, I can put that in and we'll write that as part of our.
Okay, so that's both on 6.2 and 6.3, both on 6.2.
Yeah, so the decision may be appealed.
Both on.
So the decision of the teacher may be appealed, and then subsequently it would be the decision of the principal.
Yeah.
May be appealed, right?
Okay.
And so which makes sense because they would be a misplaced pronoun. So because there's not an identifiable they. There's
I
not.
take
Jenny's
that as a
right.
friendly amendment.
We need to make sure that we've got them both in 6.2 and 3.3. Okay. And then Christina.
And I'm not sure which parts are still, like, which parts are from legislation or what, but I think this comes up a lot in our policies, that we're like often a few years behind in changing things because they very specifically reference documents that end up changing. Like there's crossed out pieces here for a pretty controversial document that was pulled. Is there a way for us to write these in ways that simply reference like the current legislation or something, so that I just feel like often we're looking at these policies not for what we actually intend, but to simply update them to whatever the like legislation is of today. Because I think I've actually I had to go back and reread it a few times to get past just the editing to actually get to the content of like, what do we actually intend to be the learning materials of this division? And so I'm curious, that's my first question is there a way to do that? Is there interest to do that?
Let's stop with there and go ahead, Craig.
I think the feeling of the committee was basically, if you try to be generic, then you could get into some trouble. And so by just following the guide, and the last time they changed that was years ago. So it's not like they'll come out with a new guide in 2023. I expect, like when I went on to look at the recommended resources, I think the last time they did anything was 2005 or something. So we felt that it was important just to say, this is what we're following. If parents have concern, read the document and then talk to your teacher. And so I'm not expecting the government to really change that over the next few years. So I think that's why we decided to do it that way.
Comment on that. The importance of this is that teachers have really clear go-to documents, right? Because it's only fair to teachers when we say these are the definitions. Well, says who, right? Because there's lots of different kinds of definitions you could find, and so that there's some common understanding and the common document to draw from. But I agree, it's difficult when you keep drawing. But authorized resource guides and definitions, the province has a tendency to do about every 20 years. Actually, it was 2001, Craig, that the last one came out. So they typically take them a while. And the one that they developed is very generic. They might have it stand by it for 30 years. I don't know. But because it doesn't give any lists of specific resources, it's very generic. And so I think it's just fair to because the staff who will be held accountable for this, right? And who are guided by this know exactly what resource they need to go to.
Hey, Christina.
So yeah, because I think my concern is just like, as of last week or until we pass this, technically we're still using the recognizing diversity and promoting respect standards, which sounds good, but had that very controversial section, right? Not controversial, terrible section about like respecting both sides, even in like objectively terrible things. And so I guess I just get concerned about like, do we set ourselves up for future concern by referencing? So it sounds like we've maybe minimized what documents we reference to be more generic ones. But that recognizing diversity one was on the books for like a year, and it ended up in the policy and then was immediately withdrawn, right? So I think that's my concern. And then I just was wondering if we can maybe make like a friendly amendment about, I don't know if on section 1 of the regulation, reflect tolerance and understanding. I think this division is moving toward like respect and understanding. Tolerance is a very outdated word in education, I would say. And it's a pretty low standard for care. Regulation number 1, the third last word on that. Like acceptance, respect. Could I make an amendment?
Yep.
Yeah.
Craig, you're good with that?
Honestly, I'm even good with respect. Like if that's fair, you know. Sure. Acceptance. Yeah. Yeah.
So reflect acceptance and understanding. On regulation 1, use your mic, please, Tyler. Put your mic on, please.
Adding the word respect.
We're taking out the word
Oh,
tolerance.
yes, I know that.
And adding the word acceptance. Reflect acceptance and understanding.
I would probably add the word respect in there too. just because I think that covers it a little bit better. I mean, we can have acceptance, but I think you should also have respect in there because then it covers a wider thing. So yes, I'm fine with that. Now,
Jenny?
Oh, I just was curious, the blue section on page 2, that came directly from the Education Act, the piece that used to say number 2, but that got crossed out, a teacher shall, that piece.
yeah,
Is that appropriately under regulations or is that just general policy?
that actually comes out of the Education Act.
I know, I'm just wondering if it should be under the regulations section.
Um,
I recognize it, it's directly from the Education Act, but is it just general policy?
I think we decided to leave it under regulations because it explicitly tells teachers what they can and what they need to do if it's a certain type of thing. So yeah, it's more under a regulation.
Okay, I wondered the same thing about the next piece with students not being denied. Would that not just be, I kind of feel like everything on the second page just seems like policy more than regulation.
Well, I think we actually talked about this and that this is something that'll probably end up going to procedures because it's the government that sets the government basically says, this is what you can do. This is what we expect you to do in a division. And the board doesn't have a lot of power in this. I mean, basically, we have to follow what the government says. So on that one, that comes out of, I think that's the same thing. The government expects students not to be disadvantaged from their instructional thing. But I think that's where we're still trying to decide whether it should be a policy or a procedure as we talk.
Cheryl?
I'm not necessarily understanding the question, Jenny, because this is in the policy, right? So it's in the policy, it's part of the regulations in the policy.
Oh, no, I know. I'm just wondering why it's specifically under the heading of regulation when it seems like, isn't that our general policy, not just a regulation of our contained within our policy? That's our expected standard. All students receive instructional supplies and materials. Nobody's denied. Not just a regulation of policy. Do you know what I mean?
Oh, yeah, I mean, and
it's under the like within the policy, we have 2 headings. We have policy and regulations, and I'm just wondering if these are appropriately placed or if they belong before we get into the regulations.
I mean, it could be.
They seem like general approach to education materials to me.
And the question is whether it needs to be in the policy at all, because that would be an accepted standard. But the committee, I think, talked about that and felt it should stay. And the Education Act piece is in there under regulations because it's important to develop a common understanding of both parents and staff. Because there's been some cases where parents, because there's been, and it's a matter of how you define human sexuality, religious themes and things like that, and to what degree. And so a reference to something in terms of human sexuality as a piece of something that's not explicit. So this helps parents understand that because a word is used or because there might be reference to something doesn't make it explicitly sexual, right? Or primarily. And so that's why it's there, just so that parents and teachers have the same understanding.
I understand why we have it in the policy and I'm in support of that. My question was really just to placement of it within the policy, actually all 3 of those pieces of being designated as being a part of the regulation of this policy instead of just being our general policy was my question. And if nobody else shares that concern, then I'm content to.
Most of the policies start with the policy statement, very brief, right? So if you look at the, flip back, you've got the policy itself is short, and then the regulations are the details.
Craig?
No other questions. I move that we accept policy 607.3 instructional resources and materials as amended.
No further questions, comments? Those in favor? and that's carried.
Now,
And-
it has been noted the friendly amendments in that too.
Yes,
Okay.
we made sure that they were noted
Thank you.
exactly what they were for. So we are actually going to pause you again. So
Okay.
we have one of our division staff that has family that they need to get home to. So we are going to call upon Jesse to come under our board chair's report for 10.1 Supernet advocacy. So I had asked, together with Cheryl, we had asked for Jesse to come and just speak to the letter that they had sent us in regards to Supernet. And I will turn it over to Jesse.
Yeah, thank you guys. And thanks to you for having me today. I'm going to keep it really, really short because you probably got the letter, but you don't know what Supernet is. Okay, so I'm going to get a slide up there. And my apologies if you do know what the Supernet is. I'm going to really oversimplify this. Basically, about 20 years ago, the internet was just emerging and the internet was really slow. So the Alberta government had a really, really good idea. They were going to take fiber optic line and then we're going to connect all of our public buildings, our libraries, our schools, and all of our buildings. And they created this great network called the Supernet. But that's not on the internet. The Supernet just connects all of our buildings. So 20 years ago, they wanted to make sure schools had connectivity, right? So every time you log into a computer, every time you go out to the internet, or every time you needed to talk internally, each school got 100 megabytes of Supernet. So the pipes up here, if you think of the elementary schools, so this is every elementary school in the province, or every school in the province, every school got enough grant money from the provincial government, enough grant money to cover 100 megabytes. Okay. Now, our larger schools, we've known that that's not sufficient. So our bigger high schools and our larger centers, we've paid for a very long time and we've been grandfathered and we've bought a gig. So we have a gig service at our middle schools and our high schools. What we're noticing around the province, and it's not unique to us, as we add more technology to our schools, we need more bandwidth on the Supernet. So right now we can do that through Bell or Axia, which Axia has Bell now, and the line actually belongs to Bell, but it comes to a cost to our schools. So before we do anything with the Supernet, we've always really tried to mitigate that we're doing updates at night on the weekends, we're doing all these things with the Supernet. But it's just got to the point where we are seeing the 100 megs in our schools being what we call pinned or peaked. And Greg Theron back there is one of our IT specialists who sees this, and we monitor it on the dashboards, and people phone us and say things are slow. So people say, well, why don't you just buy more internet, right? Like if you're at your house, why don't you just phone Shaw and get more internet? The thing is, even if we buy more internet, if you think of it as pipes, we're still pinched. So what we're asking is the board to start talking with other boards and talk and have conversations with the government and other boards to see if they're having the same issues that we are, and be an advocate for us, because we would hopefully like to see the grant cover a gig service and not 100 megabyte service, which they've covered for the last 20 years. So talking with other school divisions in the province, especially even our smaller school divisions like West Winds and so forth, they're starting to get bigger high schools and they're needing more bandwidth. And most schools are starting to pay for it. And I'm like, if this is needed in the province, why don't we advocate to the province for more bandwidth so that we could do that? And as everybody knows, budgets are tight. You can see the cost of everything today. So anything we can do to help reduce our costs here, that's all we're asking for. So that's what the Supernet is. It's just a little network, and then it connects to the internet. So I'll send out the exams after this, and you can fill them out on your own time, but that's it. Any questions about this letter or what I'm hoping to kind of gain from this? Tyler?
Go ahead, Tyler.
Do you have any idea what the cost difference is between the 100 and the gigabyte? Or what it might cost the government?
Yeah, so it's not significant. I think we said it is around $4,000 a year more a school. So still $4,000 more for 14 schools. As you know, we are still on an old grandfathered line rate. So it's actually lower for us to add the Supernet service compared to other school divisions, but it would overall for a whole school division be about an extra $60,000.
You're telling me we're paying that right now?
We are not paying that. We are starting to. We are paying some of it for our high schools and middle schools, but we're starting to see our elementary schools peaking. And so we're to the point where we're probably going to have to bump up some of our larger elementary schools. So any of our elementary schools with 400 students or so. So we're looking at our elementary school saying there's some schools here, even with Galbraith and iPads, we've done some things like added little servers here and there so that we're not draining the Supernet, but we would have to start targeting some of our schools if we keep pinning.
Okay, and then sorry, you probably mentioned it, but again, the year when the government started this, that it hasn't been changed since?
I want to say Supernet was released in 2002, Greg? 2004? I mentioned it on the letter, first
So
paragraph.
since then, though, they haven't updated.
They haven't upgraded. You will receive 2005, you will receive better internet service at your house than you do at what's provided by the government to our school with 400 kids in it or 50 kids in it. Think about it. We throttle our Wi-Fi. There's a lot of things we do to try to save as much space as we can for our classrooms, but it's never been updated. Like we're still seeing the same services that we saw 15 years ago. It's just a time that we need something to happen. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Jesse.
Any
So,
questions?
so just as a board, I know that we've had discussion about not necessarily always writing letters, but us looking at other ways to advocate. So we will potentially consider the piece of us writing a letter, but it's that advocacy piece. And I know rurally, so I've been at Rural Education Symposium, and Supernet has been a huge, huge issue for school boards across the province, as well as AUMA counselors from cities and towns and stuff. So I think it's us ensuring that we continue that advocacy as we have opportunity. I'm meeting with Jesse just so that I have more in-depth information so that when I'm having conversation, when different politicians are in town, different pieces. So yeah, so Christina, you have a question?
Sorry, also just a question about, I know that internet is also like a national conversation, and a number of us are going to Canadian School Boards Association next week. Is it a relevant conversation at a national level, or is it specific to Supernet because it's provincial?
So we're really lucky in Alberta. We're the only province that has fiber connecting all of our
Okay.
buildings. Like Manitoba has a private network.
So this is not a national
This
conversation.
is not a national
Okay,
conversation.
thank you.
This is
Great.
just
Okay.
very specific to Alberta.
Okay, cool, thanks.
But we as a board will look at the pieces that we can do, and I'll ensure that I meet with you to educate myself more so that we're advocating for what is most important. Doug Schweitzer was in town a couple weeks ago, and I met with him and had a conversation, and he's with Deloitte, who does lots of work in the tech field. So just expressing that concern of what the tech challenges are for school, one of the tech challenges for school division. So we will continue those conversations, and I'll meet with you soon. Okay, thanks, Jesse. Perfect. So we should actually look at extending our meeting. So looking for a motion to extend our meeting past 6, with the understanding that we are a hard stop at 6:30. So Jenny, go ahead.
I move that we extend our meeting to 6 with a hard stop at 6:30.
Thank you. Those in favor? And that's carried. So next is policy 504.9. Go ahead, Craig.
504.9, response to crisis or emergency situations. And basically it's housekeeping, except that we had to add this because Christine Lee said that we needed a business continuity plan.
We do have a business continuity plan. It used to be in our I think it was in our crisis response manual originally. Then it got moved to the pandemic plan. So it just needs to have its own space.
That's right. And so that's the only change really, and the Education Act, and just some renumbering. And so, and that's sort of like an insurance thing too, right? Yeah. So I move that we adopt the 504.9 response to crisis or emergency situations as amended.
Thank you. Any questions or comments? Those in favor? And that is carried.
And I'd just like to quickly add that our committee, the policy committee, worked hard this year. There was a lot of discussion and a lot of stuff that we went over, and I just like to express publicly my appreciation to all of the stakeholders that were involved in the policy committee.
Thank you. Not that division highlights are not important, but we are on a timeline and we do still have a couple of items in camera that we need to deal with. So huge division highlight is our high schools are graduating our kids. Our kids have worked hard, and tomorrow is 3 more graduations, so ceremonies. So a huge shout out to all of our students that are graduating tomorrow and all the staff and parents that got them there. So we will, if we have time, come back to that part, but I know that that would be a sentiment shared by our entire board. So congratulations to all of our graduates. And we will move on to 10.2 standing committees. And I need to scroll there, is that? Okay. Okay, and then Craig, go ahead.
We should add the boundary. Yes.
Oh, yeah, there's just, yeah, there'd be one report. We've had one meeting, but yeah, I can do that. Yeah.
Yeah, because it's now a standing committee.
Okay. And then we have, I'm still scrolling. Yep. So next is our retirement congratulations. So as you will see in your package is our staff members, teachers and other staff that are retiring. And we would just like to give a public shout out and acknowledgement to all of our retirees for all of their years of service with our division. And their information is all on the on our agenda package. And congratulations for you on reaching retirement and for all the huge appreciation for all the years that you've put into our schools to make them the best that they can be for our students. So thank you. And then DSC 10.4, Jenny. I can come back to you, but there's not much else on this part of it. So I will move on to correspondence sent. So in your packages, you will see that there's a letter to follow up when Cheryl and I met with Cheryl Seaborn when she was running. We had extended an invitation to all of the candidates in our area. As well, you'll see the correspondence both to Nathan and Shannon on their congratulations for their elections for MLAs. And I have already met with Shannon Phillips, and an invitation has been sent to Nathan Neudorf. And we're looking at meeting in early July with him. And then for both of them, we will invite them in the fall to come meet with the whole board as we typically would. So are there any questions on either of any of those letters? Okay. Jenny, are you ready?
Thanks.
Perfect. 10.4.
I just pulled this one. So that we could follow up, just follow up with to let the public know that the board has begun discussion of next steps and is looking at ways to engage in respectful dialogue across the division with respects to the presentation that was given during Division School Council, giving some history and background to the policy and guidelines to Soji. I think the rest of the information in this report is there for the board to receive, but we felt it was important for the public to be aware of that piece of information to have that follow-up. Thank you.
Okay. Any questions? Seeing none, I believe we're at the end of our regular meeting agenda, and I would like a motion to move back into camera. Craig? And those in favor? And we are back.